Good day and welcome to the 2022 edition of FHA Match here from Singapore. First up, you may say, no, not another webinar. And yes, we hear you, we're with you on that. But this iteration is slightly different than last year's editions as it serves to an actual, physical, long-awaited trade show in September. So it's not long until we can get reconnected in person and let everybody discover and taste what is new and exciting in F&B. In order to actually help you with the show, we relaunched this platform. This seemed particularly important to us as 2022 continues its never normal trajectory. The intense macroeconomic and geopolitical pressures weigh heavily on the F&B industry. After years of unprecedented disruption and some 12 billion vaccines administered, and just when it seemed that the pandemic had given way to hope and healing, the world economy suddenly finds itself jolted by Russia's war in Ukraine, some of the highest inflation rates in 40 years, and continuous supply chain disruptions. Despite a tough business outlook and arguably diminished globalization, there are some positive takeaways also. Markets have opened up and are transforming some of the entrenched practices stemming from COVID restrictions. We see travel being invigorated and offering a much-needed boost to the global economy. Also, if sustainability wasn't on everybody's agenda beforehand, we now see a rethink by many companies and regulators for more sustainable practices and an emphasis on resilience in our food systems. Furthermore, the pandemic equally accelerated the rate and scale at which we do conduct business digitally. Now, with this said, FHA Match 2022 sets out to discuss the dramatic changes in our F&B landscape and offers some expert advice on how to cope with the challenges. So how does it work? Well, there are some how-to videos that you actually can take advantage of and viewing them to see how the platform actually functions. It is for you to make meaningful connections with other buyers and sellers throughout the networking. It also lets you discover products. And it gives you access to original and in-depth analysis of trends and insights of the F&B vertical. So let's have a look at what we prepared for you today. I hope you have your morning coffee ready. During our 8 sessions, you will hear from leading Asian coffee producers and distributors on the why and the how coffee is consumed more locally, a roundtable co-organized by ASEAN Coffee Federation. So let's have a look at what we prepared for you today. During our 8 sessions, we will hear from leading ASEAN coffee producers and distributors on the why and the how coffee is consumed more locally, a roundtable co-organized by the ASEAN Coffee Federation. Thereafter, we are looking at the drivers for F&B innovation by 2030 and its resulting opportunities presented by global data. In the anticipation of our Alternative Protein Asia feature area at the show, we seek to understand how alternative proteins are best promoted in our segment Driving Diets with Dollars. We are learning about the latest trends in the plant-based dairy segment through a research presentation by Euromonitor. Also, we take a deep dive into the inflationary pressures on how ASEAN food markets, brands, and retail are expected to adjust by Nielsen IQ. Furthermore, we get to explore the sustainable and nutritional values of Australian dairy and why you, as a buyer, should partner with them. Have you considered giving consumers a really good and deep insight of your supply chain yet? Well, we explore how blockchain, transparency, and sustainability elevates quality assurances by French dairy giant Ingredia. And finally, we also have IWSR, who are giving us an intelligence session on the trends and drivers for drinks performance in Asia. We hope these and other sessions will help you to position yourself more adequately for the show in September and give more context so you can make more informed decisions in the month ahead. During the live stream and on-demand webinars, we encourage you to send in your questions directly to the speakers, as we will not run a live Q&A this time around. So the speakers can revert to you via email. Should you miss a conversation, a meeting, or any content session, the platform will still be open up until the trade show. So this said, the best participants to learn from are actually the F&B exhibitors. So we invite you to proactively network with them from today onwards, and happy mingling, everyone. Now, before we begin with our first session, we'd like to express our gratitude to all our thought leaders and sponsors for their continuous support and contributions. In particular, we would like to also welcome our partner region of honor, the European Union, for their large presence at the show. Equally, we thank Dairy Australia, Ingredia Board Beer, Canada Pork, Worries Halal, Nanyang Poly, and many other of our groups and partners. Do follow us on FHA on the LinkedIn, YouTube, and Facebook pages for more updates over the next couple of weeks, and set your agendas for the rich content programs that we have at the physical show. So now that you have the housekeeping, out of the way, I hope you have your morning coffee ready. My name is Carl Press, and this is FHA Match F&B, the 2022 edition.
This year, we have the Industrial Express to share different sessions today. Exciting sessions from coffee to one of the hottest topics, alternative protein, plant-based products, to F&B innovations. Special thanks to European Union as our partner country. Our FHA food and beverage exhibitors and buyers can start to connect via the FHA matchmaking functions from today onwards to the physical showtime. So let's start to connect, get to know the products and the sourcing interest. Then we all can meet face-to-face in the upcoming FHA Food and Beverage Provide Singapore physical events from the 5th to 8th of September in Singapore Expo. This year, FHA Food and Beverage and Provide Singapore physical event has over 2,500 exhibitors from 56 countries and regions. Look forward to welcome all of you to join the global gathering at FHA in Singapore this September.
I am pleased to announce that Europe will be the region of honor at this year's edition of Food&HospitalityAsia F&B, which takes place in Singapore from 5th to 8th September. European Union food and beverages stand for authenticity and quality. There are great stories to share about our products, sometimes dating back many centuries. And our food is as diverse as the European Union itself, coming from mountains, valleys, forests, or areas near the sea. In addition, we have established stringent food safety standards to protect consumers. They include organic production and geographical indications to guarantee the highest sustainable quality. I warmly invite you to visit the EU pavilion together with other pavilions of the European family. Looking forward to seeing you there.
Hi, this is Tim Hill from Global Data. I'm looking forward to FHA Match, and I'm going to be talking about the consumer of 2030. And my vision is that she's going to be sipping her locally sourced vegan chai latte made with recycled water, served in a reusable cup by a socially responsible vendor using a robot barista and bought through an app, but with payment done later, perhaps on a subscription basis. Tune in then, and you'll get more details about what this is going to be and how this is going to impact the food service sector during the course of this decade. Thank you. Goodbye.
Our first session of the day is looking at the coffee segment, which is valued at $120 billion in 2022 alone. The market is expected to grow annually between 6 to 7%, and despite most revenue being generated in the United States, Asia is picking up fast. Due to a myriad of factors, Asia is seeing a resurgence of local coffee culture, and those in the value chains, growers, roasters, traders, distributors, are able to capture growth by understanding the current trends. I hope you enjoy the discussion on growing the Asian brew from coffee, COVID, and local cultures.
So good day and welcome to our webinar on the growing coffee culture trends in Asia, which is co-organized between the ASEAN Coffee Federation and the Food&HospitalityAsia. In anticipation of the physical trade show in September in Singapore and its many representatives from the coffee sector, we thought it might be a good idea to further tap into the zeitgeist of Asia's coffee culture. As you very well know, coffee is about more than disposable incomes and caffeine addictions. It is a cultural phenomenon as well, wrapped up in a long legacy of colonialism and imported Western influence from Meiji Japan to colonial Vietnam to Dutch coffee plantations in Sumatra. So we want to examine why Asia's coffee consumption has grown by 1.5% in the past 5 years, compared to half of 0.5% growth in Europe and 1.2% in the US, according to the International Coffee Organization. Is the region turning into the coffee world's soon-to-be center of gravity? Traditionally, a tea-drinking region, Asia's growing coffee consumption is largely driven by the rise of a middle class that is keen to try anything trendy. During today's webinar, Growing the Asian Brew from Coffee, COVID, and Local Cultures, we hope you will be able to learn about the influence of specialty coffee shops and the increasing appeal of fresh coffee in the region. We look at Indonesia and Vietnam in particular, as both are major exporters, but increasingly turning into local consumers. We will look at opportunities and business in Vietnam's, Indonesia's, and even the Philippines' value chains. We will look into Vietnam's crimson cherry renaissance and the impact of COVID into local markets and opportunities for coffee shops despite rising prices and lower outputs. We'll also look at sustaining local coffee traditions and the impact of new consumers. So here today to discuss these and more we have from Vietnam, Mr. Elvis Lay. Elvis, Director of Marketing and Business Development of Vina Natang. So if we can have your video, Elvis. We also have Mike Hughes. Yes, hello, Elvis, welcome. Mike Hughes, the Head of Research and Insight of MMCG Gurus, zooming in from Manchester, England. We have Leo Wiryajaja, co-owner of Lisa and Leo's Organic Coffee, zooming in from his coffee farm in Simalungun, Sumatra. And Leo is also the head of farmers training and education of the Specialty Coffee Association of Indonesia. And myself, I am Pasita Juan. I'm the chair and president of the Philippine Coffee Board and the second vice president of the ASEAN Coffee Federation. So welcome everyone, and I hope that we can share something with our coffee or coffee lovers and caffeinated audience. So in order to frame our discussion, I'd like to ask Mike to give us an overview of what the current coffee trends look like in Asia. So the floor is yours, Mike.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to share my screen. Perfect. So hi, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you're dialing in from around the world. My name is Mike Hughes, and I head up the Research and Insight Division at FMCG Gurus. And I'm just going to give you a quick 5 to 6 minute presentation looking at some of the key trends in Vietnam and coffee culture from a consumer perspective. So we know coffee is a popular option within Vietnam. And between the period 2019 to 2021, there's been an 8% increase in the proportion of consumers who say that they drink hot coffee at least once a week, with 3 in every 4 consumers saying that they do this. Coffee is a product that satisfies a variety of need states within Vietnam. It can offer an energy boost. It's something that can provide moments of indulgence, especially with the growth of specialty coffee. And it's something that can maximize social relationships, something that's particularly important in a post-COVID environment where people look to spend more time with family and friends. We know that there's an opportunity for coffee shops in Vietnam to push the boundaries of premium within the coffee markets and offer new and innovative products. 76% of consumers in Vietnam say that they find the concept of specialty coffee appealing within the food service sector. Moreover, research conducted last month showed that there had been a 15% increase in the proportion of people who said that they were making more numbers of trips to food service outlets in the last month. So to show, the food service sector in Vietnam is returning to normality, coffee culture is booming, and consumers want new and exciting products to capitalize on this. Now, there are 3 factors driving demand for premium coffee in Vietnam from a consumer perspective. Firstly, a growing middle class. Now, it's important not to overestimate the spending power of many consumers in Vietnam. And sometimes misconceptions can exist towards a middle class demographic in Asia. Nevertheless, 54% of consumers in Vietnam say that they're happy with their financial situation, implying that they have money for non-essential and indulgent moments. An increased focus on experience. A total of 56% of consumers in Vietnam say they've become more experimental with their choice of products in the last 5 years, showing the continued influence of westernization, exposure to more products, and consumers deeming themselves more sophisticated and experimental. And finally, shifting priorities. 31% of consumers in Vietnam have looked to improve their mental well-being in the last 2 years. Across the globe, we've seen a high level of uncertainty, which has resulted in consumers feeling stressed more, having poor sleep health. And as a result, they've stepped back from the pressures of everyday life and reprioritizing what's important to them. That involves spending time socializing with loved ones, something which the food service sector in Vietnam can capitalize on. Now, consumers want maximum care and reassurance that maximum care and attention has gone into formulation. And we asked consumers in Vietnam who drank hot coffee, what do you think makes a product more premium? The first and third answer was 100% natural production and products being free from additives. This shows that consumers want real and authentic ingredients. They want ingredients that they do not deem detrimental to themselves or the wider environment, ingredients that are fully natural. We also know that consumers like new and novel flavors that offer a genuine benefit. And this is something that can also be extended to other things, such as novel settings within the food service sector, or novel serving suggestions, the whole thing that makes the occasion a genuine experience. Now, aligning with a variety of need states and authenticity of storytelling is something that will increase willingness to pay a premium. And I think as consumers seek out more premium offerings, it's really important to highlight the heritage behind the product, the story that it was formulated, how maximum care and attention has gone into product formulation to show consumers that this product not only offers good value for money, but a genuine experience. We also asked consumers why they liked experimental flavors, and it showed that this is often as a form of self-expression and something that's particularly important in an era when consumers are regularly blogging about blogging about food and drink and uploading pictures onto social media. Consumers are exposed to more products than ever before. They also have greater levels of disposable income than ever before, meaning consumers are becoming more demanding of the products that they purchase. Moreover, particularly a younger demographic want products that they feel reflect their good taste and sophistication. They like to try new flavors from around the world. They deem themselves adventurous and want to try new products. They like products that stand out from a crowd and offer something different. And this is often as a form of self-expression, consumers wanting to project their good taste and sophistication onto others and believing that the products that they turn to is a good way to do this. And this shows that there's scope to introduce coffee cultures from around the world into the Vietnamese food service sector. Again, when doing this, storytelling is important to offer that genuine experience. And finally, consumers want products that are good for them and good for the planet. We asked consumers what claims do they find appealing when seeking out hot coffee products. Consumers want functional claims, supporting the immune system, containing probiotics. We know over the last couple of years, consumers have reevaluated their health in a way that previous generations haven't done. So if a product has a functional offering, being herbs and botanicals or supporting the immune systems, some of those active claims, it'll really appeal to consumers because the product not only tastes good, but offers that convenient health benefit. Consumers also want reassurance around sustainably sourced ingredients. We know consumers are concerned about the planet. They're concerned about damage done may be irreversible, something that impacts quality of life for current and future generations. And often they can see big businesses as being responsible for environmental damage. This means that they're seeking out brands that they deem environmentally friendly and that they want products that reflect their attitudes and outlook on life, meaning that coffee brands need to demonstrate that they're green and clean, promoting health credentials and sustainability credentials. At the same time, and I think this is really important to highlight on before we go on to the debate, it's important that coffee shop outlets do not over-promote health and sustainability credentials at the expense of sensory appeal. Indeed, it's very much this taste, experimentation, and experience that is driving the market. So that concludes my presentation today. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you for that insight into Vietnam. And I think we can ask Elvis if he agrees that, even if you are in the processing equipment side of things, I'm sure you take your cup of coffee in some of Vietnam's coffee chains. So do you agree with Mike's research or the findings that Vietnam is getting a younger coffee market? Elvis?
Yeah, it's from my side. So actually, I agree with that because in Vietnam we are export a lot of green coffee around the world for the whole Robusta, and Arabica we just have 5% of the total production, but for local consumption, so we have very low, only 5%, 5 to 7%, and at the moment we try to improve for local consumption. So it can say that. So we are quite young for the coffee consumption. Yeah.
And let me ask Leo also, would you agree with the statement that in many parts of Asia, coffee farming and exporting, as well as local coffee drinking cultures, are deeply rooted in a country's colonial past, as we see in Vietnam with France and Indonesia with the Netherlands? Do you see this in your local culture, Leo?
Definitely, yeah. It is so common, the terminology is colonial heritage. Yeah. This is what we inherit from colonialism. However, we take it to stride and move away from the stigma, and we're making it ours now, and try to grow from that. And I also, one point that I agree with Mike is the younger generation. In 2020 census alone, 25.8% of Indonesians are millennials with disposable income. So the age structure in Indonesia and Southeast Asia itself. It is relatively young. Net promote a faster rate of development for the next 5 years or so. So it's not a common secret that multinational chain of cafes and roasters, they are ready and they're aggressively trying to invest in the region.
Okay, and I can say also for the Philippines, the millennials have really
There you go.
boosted the specialty coffee consumption. And I'm sure also in Vietnam, Elvis, you would agree that our three countries have these new young coffee drinkers with a lot of disposable income. So I suppose in Vietnam too, right, Elvis?
Yes, but at the moment you can see. So in the Vietnam, so the younger people they now they learn to how to make the coffee, and then they share it with their friend. And also during the COVID time, during period, so we have a lot of the people they try to make the coffee at home, and the number of the people they buy for the handmade equipment and buy for the specialty coffee and they do at home.
Yeah, so a lot of home brewing has really pushed up consumption. So Mike, how would you judge the impact of COVID into local markets and opportunities for coffee shops despite the rising prices and lower outputs?
Yeah, I mean, it shows a real positive for the coffee market. But say we've had COVID-19 that has impacted on the supply chain in terms of, staff being able to create the coffee. You've also got rising prices and the cost of living, which we're seeing, everywhere around the globe. And I imagine, Asia Pacific is no different to that. But despite that, the coffee market has continued to grow. And I think one thing that we're seeing at the moment, particularly amongst the younger audience, is the whole thing of affordable luxury. In the last couple of years, our lives has been disrupted where, travel patterns, holiday patterns have been disrupted as a result of that. Consumers have felt isolated from loved ones, something that's had an impact on their mental well-being, and something that it needs to be remembered. We continue to live in an era of uncertainty. It only takes one, new and more deadly a strain of the virus, and we're almost back to square one, unfortunately. So I think consumers are kind of adopting a live in the moment ethos, and they're looking to spend time with their friends, and they're looking at, say, these smaller moments of indulgence for either reward or escapism purposes, and products such as coffee, and those kind of impulse products are something that are really benefiting from this at the moment.
So I know that Vietnam, being a 90+% Robusta producer, do you see a lot of youth going into the convenient and easy to use instant coffee at home? I want to ask Mike and Elvis, because I know that Vietnam supplies a lot of the convenient 3-in-1 or 5-in-1 instant coffee. Did you see that also in your research, Mike?
I mean, convenience is a massive factor. We know that, we talk about this younger generation in Asia Pacific and Vietnam, who they have opportunities that previous generations don't, which means that they have more personal and professional obligations. And one of the consequences of this is that consumers feel that they lead increasingly busy lives. So if there's any products that offer convenience and indulgence at the same time, it's something that, will appeal to them. Also, you've got the element with instant. It tends to be more affordable than specialty coffee. And if there's advances in the quality of farming, then consumers will have that reassurance that not only is this coffee quick and easy to make at home or out in the food service sectors, but it's affordable. And it also offers that good quality as well. Consumers are feeling increasingly reassured. I mean, from the research that we've conducted and kind of what I've seen of the market, it seems that historically there was perhaps some stereotypes around the quality of coffee in Vietnam and other countries, and it led back to this, the need for westernization to help level of quality. And that seems to be evaporating very quickly now. And, as the guys have said on the on this webinar, the countries are taking it back and showing that actually their domestic quality coffee is of high quality. So yeah, I think, you know, there's definitely an opportunity for, you know, the convenience market and instant coffee to continue to grow.
And that's where I will ask Leo, because Leo is the organic farmer, and we've seen that clients, as per the research of Mike, like naturally produced coffee. So that's where we are, Leo. Would you say that Indonesia also has an instant coffee market like Vietnam and the Philippines? Do you
yeah.
do you use it a lot, Leo? I mean,
we
not
do.
you, but
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
But
Not
how do you
necessarily myself, but we do.
I know we all the three of us will say not necessarily us, but Leo, being part of the Specialty Coffee Association of Indonesia, how do you switch instant coffee drinkers to specialty coffee?
Okay, so that's an interesting concept. The funny thing about Indonesia as a country, we don't actually identify ourselves as a tea drinking country or a coffee drinking country. However, traditionally we are a coffee drinking country, but it started as a Robusta coffee drinking country. And then in the 80s, there's a push on the instant coffee, everything's instant. And when I first moved to the region, people still associate instant coffee because there are so many advertisements on TV, on radio, and it's convenient. You know, they associate that. This is specialty coffee. It's not until, you know, the association, we started education at the market. And it's not until the more receptive younger generation, the millennials, and they brought in cultures from, say, they went abroad to go to college, and they brought back all this beautiful culture on drinking specialty coffee. And then there's this movement. And the unique thing about Indonesia, we don't just take the good stuff from Australian drinking coffee culture or American drinking coffee culture or just Europe drinking coffee culture. In US, you know, people drink coffee to be productive. You need one in the morning. You stay, you know, you get up, you want to work, you drink the coffee. And in Australia, people actually take their time and look for specialty coffee because they enjoy it. You know, the Italian bring it over there, the culture, the customs, and again in Europe, the Italian brought all the specialty coffee and the culture there. So receptive, the millennials, we take the good from all aspects, and we like it. We like to have that balance. But what's interesting for me is that the pod coffee is actually a stepping stone from instant coffee drinking into the specialty coffee drinking, like the one in the specialty cafe. And then with the COVID, everybody stay at home. We kept promoting all these home brewing equipments, and with a lot of unicorn companies are internet shopping companies, it makes it so convenient for people to order online and get their specialty coffee at the door. You know, and it is funny that we are coming full circle too. Now in the specialty coffee industry, we're trying to get that specialty coffee to be more easy for home brewers, and even a lot of them starting to do, okay, so how do we make instant coffee for specialty coffee? Yeah,
I know. That's why, Leo, I agree with you, because in the Philippines, you said something that struck me. It's like we're like that too. That the
exactly Southeast Asia. Yeah,
the convenient, easy to drink coffee packs that Mike was referring to. Now, the brewed coffee has become convenient because they deliver at home. Right?
They do.
So in the Philippines, we experienced that too. During the COVID, during the pandemic, people could not go out, and they had so much time that they could make their own specialty coffee at home.
Yeah.
And did that happen in Vietnam as well, Elvis?
Yeah, so that's actually happened in Vietnam during for the COVID period. A lot of people, so they cannot go out, so they have to stay at home. But the habit coffee, so they have to drink. It's similar because we have the habit coffee for every day. So every day we have to read for the 1 or 2, 3 coffee. And when they don't have a coffee, so they have to find a way how to make the coffee at home. Yeah. So,
But on the production side, Elvis, because I know you deal more with producers.
yes.
Do you see the producers increasing in number as well to address this increasing demand for coffee? Are there more producers, or are there more people buying your equipment, for example, to produce better coffee?
Yes. During for the 2 years for 1921 and this year, so we have more than 10 big projects. So that means all the big company in Vietnam, they increase the capacity. Yeah, and I have one the big client, so they can produce for 1,000 tons per day. So that's been the total of coffee production will increase a lot for this year. And I heard some good news from my client. They said this year they export a lot Robusta Arabica to US and Europe.
Yes, I think you have a lot of nice ambassadors in US and Europe for Vietnamese coffee.
Yes, yeah.
And for Indonesia, I want to talk now about since we've agreed with Mike on the youth becoming the ones who will drink more coffee, and we agree with that in our 3 countries. I think our biggest supporter is social media, because everybody is putting coffee in their Instagram posts, in the Facebook posts. And I think that every roaster is now able to advertise without the need for a lot of money. Do you agree with that, Leo? In Indonesia, for example, are there more players now in the roast and ground and specialty category?
Oh yeah, definitely. And like you said, the role of social media has really been instrumental in the development of specialty coffee market in the segment. Like myself and my wife, now our company, we had to be creative when the pandemic hit. We did have our own web shop. However, the traffic, you wouldn't believe the traffic once the lockdown started. And we saw a huge increase of traffic in our website, in the shop. And just through social media, we can get people, keep them interaction, really keep them, promoting them. And like you said, for minimal budget, practically, right? Virtually nothing. And not just us, everywhere, different companies, different cafes, even big companies, they're promoting their social media account. And every company has a social media manager, I think now. Practically, right? Yeah, they hire a social media manager. Yeah.
It's like before, only big manufacturers could come out on TV, but now every other company that has 3 bags of coffee can actually sell coffee online.
Yeah.
So
and you can even look for smaller producer and connect that way through WhatsApp.
That's right.
Yeah.
So Mike, did it figure in your research also about how Vietnam is becoming more of a specialty market? Are they instead of just convenient 3-in-1 coffee sachets, are they also seeing coffee shops, a coffee culture developing, Mike?
Yeah, I think it showed that, it's not just the quantity of coffee consumption occasions increasing across Asia. It's also the quality. And, something that we just mentioned before about younger people and social media, you look at an age now where people are blogging on a regular basis. They're uploading selfies several times a day. They have a variety of social media channels. The experience and the visual design of these products, consumers want that overall experience. They want something that not just tastes good, but looks good. So it's not just a functional product that's, it's convenient, it's 3-in-1, they can make it quick and easy and affordable. It needs to be that visual element of appeal so that they can show with their family and friends, what they've been doing, and coffee becomes, say, part of that life where it doesn't, it becomes almost a status symbol as opposed to something that, you know, is just satisfying thirst or providing an energy boost. It's about showing that actually, you know, I picked this specialty coffee. It shows my good taste and sophistication, and I can project that onto friends. So I think, yeah, what we're definitely seeing is this isn't just a case of, you know, oh, consumers feel tired, they feel fatigued a lot, so they turn into drinks because they've got caffeine in them. This is the quality of the occasion is growing as well as the quantity.
Okay, thank you. And now I want to ask these two gentlemen again, Leo and Elvis, who come from the coffee growing countries. Is there room for an ASEAN brand of coffee chain? Because, you know, all the coffee chains that come to our shores or come to our countries are all Western. So do you think there is something coming in the very near future of a big ASEAN coffee chain that will now go across the waters? Elvis, would you like to take a stab at that question?
Yeah, this is my dream too, because at the
It's
moment,
your dream,
yeah,
okay.
my dream too, because at the moment in the Vietnam, so a lot of company for the big farmer and small farmer, so they start to produce for the fine robusta. So at the moment, so we have quite a lot of the wood fine robusta now, and because we produce a lot of the robusta and export to around the world, but with only for the commercial quality. And the things we have the thing we have the good benefits from the coffee not much. So that's the reason why so all the farmer they train the plant and they want to make for the fine robusta and they want to sell for the higher price. Yeah.
So Vietnam farmers are getting conscious about fine Robusta now, and Robusta will no longer be considered the other coffee that goes to instant, but it is a coffee that can stand on its own. Correct, Elvis?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's right. Yeah.
So what does Leo have to say about that? Do we have an ASEAN brand coming from Sumatra or Simalungun, Leo?
Not necessarily from Simalungun or Sumatra. However, in the country for the past decade, there's been numerous local market share has been really been healthy, captured by the local chain, and not just at the cafe section, but also at the roaster chain. So I do see with the injection of capital from venture capitals, I guess as big as Alibaba, with all these new unicorn companies, all these coffee companies, cafes, and chain in Indonesia would grow, at least reaching Southeast Asian market, and then who knows, global sometime in the near future. And it is interesting, as Elvis said, there's been lately a spotlight with the fine Robusta, not just in highly acclaimed Arabica coffee, but there's been a push on the fine Robusta production, and I like that. It's encouraging. To tell you the truth, the market keeps growing, the demand keeps growing, yet the supply is very limited. So if the specialty Arabica market can be complemented with the fine Robusta market, then the global market would be that much more healthier, and it would just be better news for coffee growing countries like Indonesia and Vietnam, who are heavily into Robusta and fine Robusta.
And thank you, Leo. And
Philippines,
I will include the Philippines. Thank you.
Exactly.
Because we parallel Vietnam, albeit on a very, very small scale, that we produce about 90% Robusta too.
Robusta.
But
yes.
We are also now paying top dollar, paying higher prices for coffees that are fine Robusta, that grade well, and coffees that are traceable. So I think all this interest in coffee, and while the supply is really teetering, I think
Yeah,
that we're getting better coffee altogether. So
I
I hope
agree.
that we hope, and I hope that's something that Mike in his next presentation will be able to get data on, in that ASEAN coffee will definitely be out there with better Robusta, better Arabica, and better Liberica, even because Liberica is making a comeback after all these years.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, and I think Mike is nodding because he sees some developments in the coffee sector, especially in the specialty coffee part. And so I'm sure that our visitors to Food and Hotel Asia will learn more and will discover more about Vietnam, Indonesia, and the Philippines. So before we say goodbye, I wanted to ask one final question to all of you. And what do you think is the future for Asian, or let's be specific, for ASEAN coffee? Mike first.
Yeah, I think it's a great question. I'd say, well, the good thing is the future looks very optimistic. I think these trends will accelerate. I don't think they're a short-term trend. I think it's a move towards millennial Generation Z consumers. And then, after that, it'll be Generation Alpha, who are exposed to more premium products at an early age than ever before, are exposed to more products than ever before, have greater levels of disposable income, and are more demanding of the products that they want. And again, this focus will move away from quantity to quality. Products will need to offer that genuine experience. They'll need to be made with real and authentic ingredients. They'll need to be traceable. They'll need to, help facilitate those social connections. And I think, we'll see two things. Obviously, there'll always be that influence of westernization within the Asia Pacific markets. But I think what I would expect to see is a lot of the domestic brands coming into their own and showing, look, we can make these good quality products, either in instant or specialty.
Thank you, Mike. That gives us so much hope. Thank you for your optimistic prediction. And Elvis, what do you see is the future of Asian coffee?
It's a very interesting question. So from my experience, so I think in the future, so Asian coffee will have very big chance to come to for the Europe or the US more and more, because at the moment, so the farmer, they know how to plan for the coffee and improve the quality, and they also invest a lot for the equipment. So with the good equipment and good processing, so they can produce for the better win-win and better quality.
And definitely that's good business for you, Elvis,
Yeah,
because they need to process better. Yeah,
Yeah.
I get that. And Leo, who's just right there with organic coffee and traceable and sustainable coffee. Leo, do I hear more optimism from you for Asian coffee?
Yes, I'm very optimistic. I was recently in an event with 30 other coffee leaders in the industry, and we were given a specific question. What do you think would be a farmer 25 years from now? What would that farmer look like if he or she were to be successful? And just from that one question, you see the consensus throughout the industry, across the industry, different actors along the value chain. The sustainability for us across the board is really to emphasize on the sustainability of the farmer, the smallholder coffee farmers. And for us in Southeast Asia, we're presented with this beautiful opportunity to have a really good balance in the market. We are not just producing coffee, we also consume this coffee. And millennials, they are more mindful, and they will look for ethically sourced product, mindfully made coffee, and that is a niche market that we are happy that we are looking forward to for the next 25 years or so.
Thank you very much. And I
Thank you.
think we all agree that this generation and the next will get better coffee. Will get better coffee from ASEAN sources, traceable, organic, and ethically produced, as Leo said. And so that's good business for Elvis, for Leo, and I hope for us too in the Philippines. So on that note, I think I would like to thank Mike for giving us those insights and research. I'd like to thank Elvis, who's given us on the processor manufacturing side to make better quality coffee. And of course, from Leo, who is the organic farmer who will, continue to influence a lot of the younger generation to create and grow sustainable ASEAN coffee. Thank you very much to our thought leaders, and we'll see you at the Food and Hotel Asia in Singapore, and meet us over a cup of coffee, September 5 to 8 in person. Thank you very much and good day.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Sonali Figueres. I'm the founder and editor-in-chief of Green Queen Media, your #1 source for all things alternative protein. I'm super excited to be here, so don't miss out on FHA Match.
Our second session of the day is an intelligence presentation by Tim Hill, who is the account director at Global Data. Tim will reveal the major F&B innovation patterns and themes in Asia Pacific's fastest growing countries. His analysis is looking at the next decade on how the region as well as different generations impact these upcoming developments. We hope you will be able to learn how manufacturers are adapting to those trends through innovation, and how winning ingredients, the positioning of your brands, and packaging for new product launches is key to succeed.
So first off, the industry overview. So the food service sector was more badly impacted by the pandemic than the drink sector, because obviously the shorter shelf life for foods. But the F&B sector, food service, obviously is seriously impacted. We see the start of a recovery in 2021, a bit stronger in 2022, but we're not really looking for the proper emergence for most parts of the food service sector until 2023 or later, as countries are struggling to emerge properly from the pandemic. So stronger growth is not going to come until the mid part of this decade, and then hopefully it'll continue strong thereafter. Within the sector though, or globally looking at the food service sector, we note that Asia is going to show the highest value for the food service recovery, for the food value, and also for the drinks value, and one of the highest compound annual growth rates for the first half of this decade, 2021 to 2025. Not the biggest CAGR, but one of the biggest CAGRs, with that large value recovery for the food service sector. Within the food service sector, looking at the different components of it, and you can see in the top we show accommodation, leisure, mobile operators, pub, club, bar, and retail, but it's the restaurant sector that's highlighted in dark green here, which contributes over 80% of the value of the sector. And in the bottom on the left, it's the full service restaurants, which were massively impacted by the pandemic. Many of these restaurants just simply were unable to survive during the pandemic. We see them having the fastest or the strongest CAGR recovery going up to the first half of this decade. And on the right, the quick service restaurants, some of which actually managed to stay around due to delivery, and some of which actually are already reporting in 2022 higher sales than 2029, but the bulk of which were strongly impacted, had to close down some of their stores, their outlets, showing smaller compound annual growth rate through to the mid part of the decade. Having a look now at consumer behavior. On the left-hand side, the chart shows, yes, there was concern, and that concern will continue to an extent throughout the first part of this decade with eating out because of the risk of COVID-19. People are a lot more concerned now about hygiene and so on. But on the right-hand side, what we do see as well, though, is that there was a strong increase in takeaway or delivery from restaurants because of the last 3 months, because as a result of the pandemic, people doing this more often. And let me just go to the next slide. Looking now at the consumer behavior, and I'm going to be now looking at moving beyond the market forecast into some of the pointers that we've got that show us where the market's going to be going. So for consumer behavior from our regular quarterly surveys, the graph on the left, which of the following are the most influential when deciding which food service restaurants to visit 2021, and you can see responses such as the range of the favorite cuisine, the restaurant ambience, availability of healthy, nutritious menu options, affordable menu items, the ability to eat out locally sourced fresh produce, and so on. These to be some of the drivers that are attracting people back to the restaurants and are going to form some of the core trends that we see impacting the sector as it emerges from recovery during the course of this decade. Looking at some of the other inputs that we've got, and this, I think this serves a little bit in terms of our methodology for how do we come up with these trends. What we've done here is our news aggregator within the Global Data Intelligence Center brings in all the news stories from food service operators, from food service brands, from investors, and so on. And what we've done is not only have we aggregated the news, but we've actually sliced it and diced it by the different mega trends that we see impacting the sector. So you can see these trends along the bottom. The most important are sensory and indulgence, and then health and wellness, individualism and expression, sustainability, and ethics. Let's have a look now at the deals analysis. So what we've done here is we've got a very similar analytical tool that helps us understand trends. And what it does is we just analyze all the merger and acquisition and partnership deals that have been transacted. For here, we've just taken all the deals transacted during the year 2021, and we've looked at these by theme. So on the left, we've got the number of deals, and on the right, the value in millions of dollars. And if you scan down the top 7 or so of these themes, you can see they're very digital in nature. So it's e-commerce, it's online food delivery, digitalization, digital media, cloud, artificial intelligence, and robotics. So these obviously are going to be forming some of the trends, because this is where the food service operators are putting their money. So this is going to impact the environment and is going to shape the recovery. And then finally, social media analysis. And what we've got here is an analytical tool that searches Twitter and Reddit globally. And just by food service, we just look at food service operators, brands, all the mentions, the chef's mentions, and so on. And we just look at the key themes, and over you can see the key themes at the bottom. We've got social media, obviously emerging economies, health and wellness, sustainability, online food delivery, and demographics. So this helps in some way perhaps to explain the key trends that we have shortlisted and have analysed to see where the sector is going and what are the trends up to 2030. So these top trends driving innovation during this decade, and we've selected 5 of them. First one, good for the planet, good for you. And then underneath you can see it's most relevant to which sector, and this one is restaurants, supermarkets, and hypermarkets. Second one is new localism. Third, digital convenience. Fourth is tailored offerings. And fifth is the blend of cultures. So let's have a look at each of these in turn now. and explain what that means and what impact that is already having and how this is going to impact the sector further. So good for the planet, good for you. This has got various different angles to it. So the first one we're going to have a look at is sustainability. So over on the right, which of the following are the most influential when deciding which food service restaurants you visit? The environmental, sustainable, ethical, or social policies and practices. And we can see here that the Gen Z and the Gen Y find this to be particularly important. No surprises here. The green generation is that the millennials, they also agree they're more loyal to brands that support green or environmental matters. And we're seeing this increasingly with Gen Z now as well. And at the bottom, we can just see 3 examples of how the food service sector is adjusting to this. So Boldor's got a program which ensures that all the leftover food that they generate is captured and used for human and animal consumption. In the middle, Amas, a Danish restaurant, is producing locally grown produce to zero waste menus and has reduced its rubbish by 75%, annual water consumption by 5,200 litres. And on the right, AGF Blendy matcha tea sticks in Japan, containing 12.3% less plastic and paper materials used for a part of the packaging for the sticks, so enabling them to refer to it as being more environmentally friendly. Another aspect of being good for the planet and good for you is the move towards plant-based alternatives. And on the left, you can see the plant-based meat alternatives. So in grey, it would be a medium consumption. In light grey, it's high or high-end or premium values. And then in black, it's high, large portions or buy more frequently. So you can see on the left for meat and on the right for milk alternatives that something like 30 to 40% of consumers are indicating that they are consuming medium to high volumes of plant-based alternatives for both meat and milk. Given that plant-based alternatives are more expensive than animal protein, you'd expect the majority of consumers still to stick with the original sources of protein. But it's interesting to note this trend, particularly as we'll see from the younger generations, the Gen Zs and the Gen Ys. Another part of good for the planet, good for you is reducing or recycling food waste. And on the left of the graph here, you can see that most of respondents from around the world are saying it's at least as important as before to do this. And in some cases, like in Asia, it's slightly more important than before. And in North and South America, significantly more important, or even the top priority. Having a quick look now at how some brands are responding to these trends. So on the left, Sydney's Nomad restaurants, they're using locally harvested sustainable firewood instead of charcoal. They source everything from local farms. They use biodiesel fuel, and that they're a solar panel host site for the local community. In the middle, KFC produced vegan chicken called Beyond Fried Chicken in partnership with Beyond Meat. And we've seen, of course, many quick service restaurants doing their own plant-based protein alternatives now. And on the right, Our Green Beer Australia, where they're using Kellogg's cereals byproducts as the main ingredient for their new India Pale Ale. They're also using 100% renewable electricity, sustainable malt bags, and they're declared carbon neutral to address to this trend. In a consumer survey that we did where we asked people around the world, would you consider paying more for products or services of environmental protection? So what we found is that in the middle, ASEAN-based respondents, 87% said yes. China-based respondents, 84% said yes. And on the left, Australian-based respondents, 60% said yes. The Asia-Pacific average for this was 79%. So people saying that they would actually spend more on to help with the environment. The next trend was the new localism. And let's focus here on the graph on the right, where the question was, which of the following are the most influential when deciding where to do your grocery shopping? What I found particularly interesting about this was that it was 29% of Asia and Australia-based respondents, more so higher than any other part of the world. Second close was Middle East and Africa, saying that the availability of local ingredients was highly influential for them. This is driving innovation in the market. Obviously, this is sustainable as well because of short supply chains, and also it's helping local farmers and locally sourced ingredients to become more popular at home. The farm to table concept, which we've just talked about, just a bit of pros and cons on the left about the farm to table concept. But what's interesting, if you look on the right, is it's not just the younger generations who think that this is particularly interesting. Here we're seeing that the Gen Xers, and to an extent the boomers, are saying if the menu options include locally sourced or fresh produce, then this is important for them. Or the one underneath, how important are fresh or local ingredients are in the cuisine are. Again, we can see boomers, 57% of them, Gen X 55%, silent generation 56%, saying that yes, this is important. So this is one where it's not just the younger generation who are driving this trend, but the older, their parents and grandparents are also into this as well. And then how some operators are reacting to this. So Singapore Airlines with the Aero Farms, a vertical indoor farm situated 5 miles away from the Newark Liberty International. In the middle, a fine dining farm to table restaurants in Latin America, which presents the origin and the journey of each of the ingredients going into the menu. And then on the right, the honeycomb pale ale in Canada, where all the ingredients are harvested locally. The factory is in a barn that acts as a pub. So it's become a place where the beer is made and then served up right in the farmyard. And then our survey on this, supporting the local community is more important than buying from large multinational brands, and the percentage answering strongly agree or somewhat agree here. 70% of ASEAN-based respondents agreed with that. 67% of Australia respondents, 61% of China respondents. Most people saying that yes, this is important. The APAC average here is 65%. The third trend, digital convenience. We saw when we looked at the M&A deals in one of the earlier slides, how important it was, how much investment was going on by the food service sector into technology. And if you look at the bottom here, the ability to book or order online when deciding which food service restaurant to visit. 20% of global respondents said that this was important for them, and you can see in Asia and Australia it's 25%. So it's very important in the region here. What else is there in digital convenience? Well, what we're noticing more is the virtual restaurants, as the boost, the demand for home delivery has created these virtual kitchens. And at the bottom we see an interesting little case study from TikTok Kitchens, where with a partnership with virtual dining concepts, TikTok has actually just extracted what are some of the up and coming fashionable menu items, and then have created a platform around this to deliver these products in 300 locations across the US. And this is because 23% of Gen Zs, 35% of millennials said that they're interested and they're actively buying products that are trending on social media in one of our earlier studies. How are brands reacting to this? Dalgona Coffee, a Korean-inspired recipe that started its journey on Instagram and then moved on to TikTok, so to help people know how to prepare the drink further. In the middle, in Dubai, lounge restaurants, using virtual reality rooms, giving a metaverse experience. So giving its customers the online, offline crossover experience. And on the right, Jamaican fusion food. Again, the use of social media and TikTok to educate an audience about the background and culture and fusion and Jamaican cuisine and dishes. On the left, we've seen this all over the region, particularly with the quick service operators. They've been fast to put up the ordering kiosks and the online booking apps as well. At the back of house, we're seeing more robotics. We're seeing robots actually coming through as well, serving in the serving sector as well. And on the right, drone delivery and autonomous delivery robots, and how these concepts have become a bit more prevalent during the course of the pandemic, and certainly in the recovery phase. And this does bode well, particularly for the ASEAN region. A survey that we conducted a couple of years ago, ASEAN consumers are more likely to accept being served by a robot in a restaurant and in a hotel. 49% say this is somewhat appealing or very appealing, against 31% of global respondents and only 19% in Asia and Australia. And when it comes to accepting online orders being delivered by automated devices, ASEAN consumers, again, 67% said, yeah, this is somewhat or very appealing, against a global average of 47%, Australian average only 28%. The fourth trend is the tailored offerings. And tailored here means getting both unique and novel cuisine, plus also getting low in or free from concepts, because 85% of consumers globally claim that how a product or service impacts their health and well-being has an influence on their product or service choice. So on the left, you can see how enthusiastic people are towards concepts or claims in food and drink, such as low sugar, low fat, non-GMO, and so on. And then on the right, the British brewer Meantime Brewing, how an example of how a manufacturer is trying to adjust their offering, in this case, offering a DNA in the form of a saliva sample to make a particularly unique or tailored experience. And on the bottom here, Unilever has got functionality trend soup. So you've got three otherwise identical looking types of Unilever soup, but they've got three different concepts depending on the time of the day or the sort of person that wants to consume them. So whether it's a recharge one on the left, the boost one in the middle, or the focus on the right. And each of these is vegetarian, free from added flavors and artificial colors and preservatives, as you might expect. How other vendors are noticing or adjusting to this trend. So Green Common in Singapore, vegetarian restaurant with a grocery concept store, uses algorithms to analyze recipes to give people their healthy and free from food offerings. Pyology in the USA takes into account all dietary requirements, allergies and tolerances, and even fussy eaters with its different versions of the pizzas on their menu. And then on the right, vegan jerky, which is earth-friendly, free from cholesterol, trans fat, GMO, and high in plant-based protein. And when it comes to trying out the newest flavors and fragrances as soon as they're available in terms of customized offering, something that's unique, what we find actually is that China-based respondents are particularly enthusiastic. They completely agree that they like to try new flavors and fragrances whenever they can, followed by ASEAN, and global respondents were 20% on this. And this brings us then to the next and the final trend, which is the blend of cultures. And the graph on the top left was, I thought, particularly interesting, because if you look at the Gen Z response, what it's saying in light green is that the Gen Z are more likely to pick a holiday destination based on what's the influencers that they follow on social media are telling them, or their feeds on social media such as Instagram or Facebook. Whereas although that's important for other generations, the other generations also look for generally famous or popular destinations for food and drinks. But the Gen Z are relying much more so on social media to decide whether those destinations are popular or famous or worth actually visiting for food and drinks. Now, as a result, the travel sector is now offering a range of experiences to help customers, foodie customers, to go out and experience that blend of cultures, have that unique experience when they visit certain destinations. And over on the right, what I found particularly interesting about this graph, if you look at the top of it, North America, you'll see that 40% in light green of Gen Z respondents said that they find food or drink flavors inspired by other cultures to be very appealing. So the fact that the North American youngsters, the teens and the university age and the early age adults are particularly enthusiastic about food and drink flavors inspired by other cultures implies that that is going to probably catch on around the world as their restaurant brands and their unique cuisine and also their dominance of social media is going to take those trends around the world as well. You see actually Central and South America, there's similarities already there with both the Gen Z and the Gen Y being particularly enthusiastic about fusion cuisine or food and drink inspired by other cultures. And just some examples of how we're seeing this play out in F&B offerings around the world. On the left, the Butter Ramen Club in Australia. It's a hybrid fried chicken, hip hop, champagne and sneaker venue. I can't think of anything more completely different than having fried chicken, hip hop, champagne and sneakers all together. But this is clearly using the hybrid fusion culture, fusion cuisine here to appeal to obviously the younger hip audiences. In the middle, Cheesy Tales from Canada. Corn dog filled with cheese or rice cakes with a variety of American or Korean toppings. So again, that's a clear fusion culture. And on the right, something a bit closer to home for me, it's a peach and brandy cocktail inspired by Japanese style cocktails, launched in Singapore, where of course there is a clear preference and enthusiasm in Singapore for Japanese F&B and cuisine. So looking ahead then, what does this mean? Well, obviously the technology, the move towards digital is going to shape the industry quite dramatically. We've seen already how this is working with robots and drone deliveries. We've seen how enthusiastic consumers generally are about digitally advanced or how smart a product is, or their interest in being served by drones or by robots, and we've seen the particular fascination for that in this part of the world. Sustainability, the second one, is going to be more than just a buzzword. It will be driving the industry, and that means things from food waste to plant-based and also packaging and reduction of waste. And what this means is that brands are going to need to be more transparent about their products and launch services to make shoppers not only feel better about their purchases, but to help them reduce their impact on the climate, and also to make the shoppers feel better and the diners feel better when they take the picture of what they're eating and they post it on their social media, particularly Gen Z, particularly Gen Y, who always do this, and to help give themselves the green credentials that they value amongst their peer group. And then finally, the global flavor fusions, which are going to help restaurants to differentiate their menus, to offer the ability for travel and culture through food, the travel that we've all been missing over the last couple of years, and the personalization and the localism effect. So this is the consumer of the 2030s. So the good news is, looking forward to 2030, is that the age-old problem of labor shortage is going to be solved by robots. So here we see the millennial of the future. So she's now later in her 30s, by 2030, sitting at a table wearing her surgical mask with her colleagues or friends for whatever pandemic is going on at that time. She's sipping her locally sourced vegan chai latte made with recyclable water, served in a reusable cup by a socially responsible vendor using a robot barista and bought through an app, but with payment done later, perhaps on a subscription basis. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is your restaurant for the future. That's all from me. I'll hand back now to the FHA Match team to take you to the next item in the program. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Monique Naval, Food and Nutrition Senior Analyst at Euromonitor International. I will be speaking about what's new in plant-based dairy and the future of animal-free at the FHA Match on July 5th. See you all there!
Hi everyone, my name is Meert Gosker and I'm the Acting Managing Director for the Good Food Institute here in Asia Pacific. And we are very excited to be participating in this year's Food&HospitalityAsia conference in September in Singapore. Headquartered as well in Singapore, the first nation on earth to grant regulatory approval for commercial sales of a cultivated meat product, GFI APAC is Asia's leading alternative protein think tank, accelerating a shift away from conventional meat production through open access food science R&D, corporate engagement and public policy. In the coming decades, Asia's enormous appetite for conventional meat and seafood has been projected to further increase by 78%, contributing to historic levels of deforestation, water depletion, and greenhouse gas emissions. That is why GFI APAC is working to build a better roadmap for our region's future, in which meat production is divorced from industrial animal agriculture. Here in Asia, the opportunity for alternative protein market growth is enormous, with more than half of consumers in target markets like Vietnam, China, India, and Thailand saying that if taste and cost are equal, they would prefer that their meat would come from plants instead of animals. However, there are still many critical barriers to achieving that goal. For once, consumer studies show that the cost and quality of current alternative protein offerings often falls short of consumers' high expectations, leading to lackluster sales. In particular, there's a need for much greater localization of products that adequately address the vast range of culinary styles and cultures within East and Southeast Asia. Many of the most successful homegrown plant-based foods, like Omni Meat and Green Rebel Foods, are thriving specifically because they possess a deep understanding of their target market's food culture, which has led them to roll out innovative products like plant-based luncheon meat and beef rendang that actually reflects the flavors local consumers are craving. Further upstream, there's also a need to more fully seize untapped local crops like mung bean, chickpeas, and duckweed for alternative protein processes, which has the potential to deliver a huge windfall to local farmers and producers by turning Asia into the plant-based meat production center of the world. These are just some of the many important topics that GFI APAC's experts will be addressing at this year's FHA conference. So mark your calendars now for the following panels and speeches. On day 2, don't miss the session titled Scaling an Industry, addressing growing pains in the booming food tech landscape, which will be moderated by my colleague and GFI APAC's Innovation Associate, Valerie Pang. Also on day 2, our policy specialist, Julie Go, will help lead a vital discussion on regulatory frameworks for alternative proteins in APAC, opportunities and bottlenecks. Without a robust and fair regulatory framework, alternative proteins cannot reach their full potential to increase food security, sustainability and safety. On day 3, GFI APAC's corporate engagement specialist Jennifer Morton will speak about the price of protein, supply chain optimization for ingredients and infrastructure. A veteran agribusiness sustainability consultant, Jennifer is an expert in making systems-wide changes within the food sector. So this is a session not to be missed. And finally, also on day 3, mark your calendars for the session titled Crop Opportunities, How Local is Leading the Way, which will feature exclusive insights by our plant-based meat scientist, Dr. Wasamon Nutakul, about how Asia's local crops are perfectly positioned to thrive in a global alt-protein ecosystem, but only if regional producers strategically optimize their supply chains with this market in mind. Thank you in advance for your attendance at these important sessions, and we look forward to connecting with you at FHA in September so that we can work together to increase the efficiency, sustainability, and security of Asia's future food system. See you there.
In anticipation of our novel 1,000 square meter large Alternative Protein Asia feature at FHA, we wanted to hear from the experts on how to market these products. So we invited venture capital firms Lever VC, Better Bite Ventures, a media outlet Green Queen Media, and Moda Intelligence to discuss driving diets with dollars. Good day and welcome back to another session of our ongoing FHA Match series. In anticipation of our physical shows in September in Singapore and its large Alternative Protein Asia sector, we thought it might be a good idea to further tap into the zeitgeist of the emerging alternative protein industry. So the Boston Consulting Group suggests that every 10th portion of meat, dairy, eggs and seafood eaten around the globe will be made from alternative proteins by 2035. So there are a lot of new product launches for alt protein almost daily, and the market is starting to get very crowded. Hence, we wanted to explore an effective marketing strategy for brands, manufacturers, and distributors alike so they know how to best spend their marketing dollars. During today's webinar, Driving Diets with Dollars, Promoting New Protein Products to Consumers, we hope you will be able to learn about the push and pull of consumer demand, what consumers in Asia and APAC actually really want, what it takes to build a new brand, and how to set your brand on the path of success. Here to discuss this is a wonderful group of speakers, and we're really thrilled to welcome serial social entrepreneur Sonali Figueras from Hong Kong. Please, you can turn on your camera now. Who is the founder and editor-in-chief of Green Queen Media, an award-winning impact media platform that's advocating for social and environmental change. She's also the CEO of Eco Warehouse, a global sourcing platform for certified organic products. Hi to you, Sonali. Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, everyone. So good to be here.
Great. Wonderful. We also welcome Avinash Disamangalam from India, who's heading the food and agriculture practice at Moda Intelligence. He leads a team of over 70 researchers at various levels that engage in market research across food and agriculture value chains. Hi there, Avinash.
Hi, Carl. Hi, everyone. Great to be here.
Wonderful. So let's dive into New Zealand as well. We have Michael Clark, who is joining us from Christchurch. He's a founding member of the Better Bite Ventures. It's a VC fund dedicated entirely to alternative protein startups in Asia Pacific for now. And Better Bites has backed founders of over 10 plant-based, cell-based, and fermentation early-stage startups, and is planning to do another couple of rounds in the next few years. He also is the founder and editor of Future Food Now, which is a leading newsletter covering all what's happening in that industry. Hi there.
Hi, Carl. Hi, everyone. Good to be here.
Wonderful. And last but certainly not least, we go and fly all the way to New York, where we have James Caffin, who is joining us at the very last minute, last hour, evening, 10 o'clock for you, I guess. James is a partner at Lever VC, I hope pronounces English well, which is a leading fund in investing in the food and agri-tech industries with a focus on alt protein ecosystems. Previously, James sat on the other side, where he was a director of strategy and due diligence at JIRA, which is a consulting group that specializes in animal protein. So he can give us a great overview of both sides of the coin. So good day to you.
Hi, Carl. It's great to be here. Thank you.
Wonderful. Cool that we have that out of the way. It's I want to actually kickstart and have an icebreaker question for all of you, and I would like to start with you, James. Actually, if you were to have $100,000 to invest at the very moment in the alternative protein sector, which company would you choose to put your money in?
I think I may get in trouble for giving specific names, so I will dodge this slightly and say that if I was going to, it's going to be taking a step back and probably investing into those companies that are providing inputs into the alternative protein space. So those that are doing precision fermentation, those that are doing cell-based inputs, the companies that are going to create the products that can be incorporated into the plant-based space, they're going to create that sort of step change in the quality. And by doing so, really open up the addressable market for these plant-based companies. So that would be my, sorry, not the answer you're looking for, but from a broader perspective, that's where I go.
Very diplomatic. I like it. Michael, what about you? Where would you put your money?
I will be diplomatic as well. I won't name any specific company, but what I will do is maybe taking more regional approach to this. So I would definitely invest in Asia or Asia Pacific. That's where I focus my investing anyway. I just believe this is the most promising, the largest protein market already, the fastest growing, and so important from all environmental aspects as well.
Right. Sonali, I know you're very much into that as well. So how about yourself?
I would put the money into actually startups that there's not enough of, which is the consumer awareness part. So I think that there's a lot of technology, but there's just not enough. I don't think consumers have caught up, especially the mass consumer. And so I'm looking for projects and ideas and solutions in that space that help to get all these technologies and products to a broader market. So to be honest, I'm not sure exactly how that looks, but it's not just media, but it's tools that help people bring these products into their daily lives. Because I see there's a bit of a gap with that, where it's happening a lot in restaurants and eating out, and there's a lot of excitement and hype, but our research and our feedback shows that consumers are still very confused about inserting these into their daily lives. And so I think that's a hurdle that we need to overcome.
Right. I think we'll explore that in a little while, just talking about exactly that, the educational component. I would like to start the whole conversation actually with Avinash to give us a little overview of what the industry is currently looking at in different countries, what our consumer trends look like. And just to highlight as well, I mean, the Boston Consulting Group is estimating the market to be 290 billion by 2035, which is a staggering number, to be frank. It's unimaginably high. So Avinash, what is your take on it? So the race for market shares are on, but how do you best achieve that? What does the data suggest from your point of view?
I'll share the presentation in a bit, but just to give you a summary, a bit of what Michael was suggesting, and Michael or Michael, I'm not sure how to pronounce that. I hope I'm pronouncing it correct. And Sonali also mentioned about awareness. So the awareness, what it leads to is incorporation of protein in the daily diets of consumers. So right now, as a whole, protein in many of the countries in Asia Pacific and many of the consumer segments is being looked at something that needs to be supplemented. The moment it becomes a part of their daily diets, then that's where the opportunity for alternative protein comes in. So yeah, the numbers look good. The projections are brilliant in terms of the product markets, but there is still some way to go, at least in the Asian region, is what I think.
Right. How about you share with us and the viewers also a little bit over what you guys have researched? By the way, so for every of the viewers who would like to have a copy and actually have questions, please do send a message on the platform to all of the speakers directly. We won't have a live Q&A for this session this time around, but I'm sure all the thought leaders would be happy to connect with you. In fact, also, if you'd like to have a copy of Modern Intelligence report, Avinash is happy to share that. So with that, I hand it over to you, Avinash. Thank you.
Thanks, Carl. I hope you can see my screen. Yeah, great. Yeah, so the numbers, if you look at it, this is at an ingredient level. They look quite promising. So currently it's hovering around $4 billion, expected to be around $5 billion by 26-27. Which are great numbers. If you look at the individual countries, I've excluded purposefully China and India because that will make this graph a bit, skewed towards those two countries. But Indonesia, which is showing a great promise in terms of the current market size. So if product companies want to go into Indonesia, this is something that they need to look at. Of course, ingredients are also becoming bigger in the country. CAGRs look pretty solid, not that great at the ingredient level, but when you look at the product level, which I'll come to in a moment, meat substitutes, that particular category is expected to really, kind of explode in the coming 5 years. So alternative protein, at a very broad level or at a macro level, Asian consumers are still warming up to the idea. We talked about the mass consumer who's still unaware of the different products that have alternate protein or are still looking at product options, how they can incorporate alternate protein into their diets. So just going by the segments, like I mentioned, meat substitutes or meat alternatives are one of the major segments which are having a big share of the ingredient consumption, primarily because of that 68,000 metric ton of input or of output that came from the meat substitute production. Again, growing at over 15% CAGR, so that is expected to take a lot of our discussions further, and it's going to be some market to look forward to in Asia. The other food categories are also very significant, I would say, especially if you look at something like dairy. Of course, comes along with the meat alternatives space, but apart from that, if you look at snacks and smaller segments, they are also expected to grow in a big deal, because I think a lot of supplementation, the next step of supplementation or consuming protein supplements is kind of incorporating them into the diets in the form of snacks, and then proceeding to something like a main food, which is like a meat alternative. I'll focus on the next two slides a little bit more. If you look at the evolution of the consumer, so since we will be talking a lot about how the consumer is getting evolved, I also wanted to juxtapose this with the product life cycle. So if you look at alternative protein as a product, in an early phase, consumers focus more on supplementation. So if you look at markets like Vietnam or some of the more emerging markets, a lot of supplements. I won't say that it will overpower the food and beverage segment, but more of protein is consumed in the form of supplements, and especially alternate protein. The caveat here is that the introduction of a consumer to a protein-rich diet is always, what we have observed is mostly in the form of animal protein and primarily whey, where moving from Asian diets which are rich in carbs to a protein-rich diet always starts with whey protein, and then slowly it moves to the other protein sources. In a growth phase of the market, if you look at Indonesia or countries like even India, the consumers have a focus on protein-rich diets, or there are large sets of consumers or segments of consumers who focus on protein-rich diets opposed to supplementation. Here is where the vegan awareness regarding vegan diet or flexitarian kind of habit comes into picture. So you can see a lot of segments like meat substitutes, bakery, breakfast cereals, snacks. So these kind of segments showing a lot of promise. I'll touch upon the ingredient forms as well. So concentrates, protein concentrates hold a big, chunk of the volume in terms of the introductory or the early phase, or the countries or the consumer segments who are still getting introduced to proteins. Whereas as the consumer becomes more aware in the mature phase, isolates hold sway. There is also something interesting that I wanted to share regarding plant proteins as well. what we studied extensively and what insights we got, especially in terms of the sources. What we feel is that as the consumer becomes more aware of the sources, they start with soy as a plant protein source, and then they move into alternate sources like pea protein, which is used in more of meat substitutes, or they have the properties that can be easily they can be made into meat substitutes. So as they get into the food kind of space for protein consumption, food and beverage, or incorporating protein into their diets, they start to look for alternate sources. They want different kind of products. So that's where the opportunity really comes, and that's where the market is going to really grow in the next 5-6 years. For that, I think we have to cross that channel from consumers looking at supplementation to them incorporating protein as part of their daily diets. The other small point I want to touch upon is product innovation. So if you look at the companies in the market, still there is a lot of room for organic growth. We have investors like Michael and others who are investing in this market. So product innovation is going to be the key, and something that investors need to look forward to invest in companies that have a lot of innovative products, patents, a lot of such kind of growth opportunities. In terms of the ingredients as well, a lot of focus is on isolates at the moment in growing markets, whereas concentrates hold sway in markets such as Vietnam, or markets where the protein intake is still kind of increasing, or people are trying more for supplementation. So this is what I had in terms of sharing the data and the brief insights, and probably we can get into the discussion and come up with more very, very interesting conversations.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing this. I know you have much more details there, but I think I want to hand over to Sonali with the first question, because she is very much on the storytelling side, and that moves us also to the marketing conversation that we will having now. So Sonali, I mean, each of the current large companies in the alternative protein space, such as the likes of Beyond or Impossible, they have a special ethos, a special value to what they propose, right? So Ethan Brown from Beyond, he's passionate about climate change, while Pat Brown from Impossible Foods openly says he wants to eliminate animal agriculture. How important, in your view, is purpose in the marketing debate and the storytelling?
Yeah, I think it really depends. I think for Impossible and Beyond, because they were the pioneers, they were almost allowed to have this very kind of actually activist strain or identity, but they were very clever, particularly Impossible, because they paired it with a very, very tech angle. And that's what I think really propelled them to another level. But yes, both of them were really the first to say, we're making meat with plants, but it is meat, which is a very different message from here's a tofu patty or a chickpea patty. So they were very, very clever in how they reframed things. But honestly, I feel that was very much food tech 1.0. And I feel like brands today cannot just get away with that. I mean, at this point, every single company on earth, food or not, is proposing an environmental purpose. And honestly, purpose washing is now a term. ESG washing is now a term. So that's not enough for the consumer. The consumer is far more savvy than they were 5 years ago. And they're not just going to buy your product because you're meat made from plants. That's baseline now. So I think environment has been shown time and time again to not be enough of a factor for the mass consumer. And that's the other thing. We need to look at the difference between the early adopter consumers who are very motivated by environment. And that's something that we need to look at, which is that vegan brands until Impossible and Beyond were really pulling at ethical heartstrings, like save the animals. And Beyond and Impossible really got rid of that in terms of we're not saving the animals because of cruelty. We're removing the animals because of emissions. Okay, so that's a big switch that happened. But what we see in terms of numbers and adoption is that that's still not enough to get the average consumer to put that in their cart. And so what we need is to look at health and affordability and taste.
Right.
And so those are really, for me, the three levers, especially in Asia Pacific, that will drive the consumer. And on that, there's not enough work being done, in my view.
Right. I think you put it very nicely there, that it's down to the basics, basically coming back to parity, taste, and value altogether for consumers. In fact, also, I'm not certain if Beyond and Impossible actually released their CO2 emissions in terms of how they produce their products either.
They
so
do.
They do now. Okay, great.
They did from the beginning. They had an like a mini LCA, and that was one of the ways that they came out and they said, this is our product versus ground cow beef. And that was a huge part of their marketing. But today, that's not enough
to move forward. I think this ties into what James actually told me during our previous conversation when I asked him about joining this panel, because he's very much going and reiterating back to basic principles when it comes to marketing. So alternative proteins should first match animal protein in taste, texture and price. This is what brands should focus on from the very get-go. James, can you elaborate on that a little bit further? I know you're investing in that heavily and you have a big input on how to strategize on this. So maybe give us your take on it.
I mean, yeah, sure. It doesn't necessarily, the strategy comes a little later. At the end of the day, as Sonali said, nowadays it's a prerequisite. You have to be basically a cause-driven company in the space, but there needs to be a high-quality product behind it. And that's going to be actually one of the biggest challenges I think we see in the space in the next 1 to 2 years. We're shifting from an environment which was very founder friendly. There was a huge amount of capital coming into the space. You had strong tailwinds from a consumer perspective, from a legislation perspective. We're starting to see a little bit of a shift there, and it's going to be the companies that really have put the capital into the R&D department, into the new product development department, really trying to sort of bring that product forward. Those are going to be the companies that come out of this a little bit stronger. And one of the other angles, yes, as this sort of competitive environment increases, there becomes a little more pressure on the strategy about how do you select the right products? Do you move into perhaps incorporating into ready meals? Do you try and take a step down that value chain? What are the best sort of product channels to go through? Do you focus on the food service versus retail? And then within retail, where do you want to go? We need to see companies making slightly more informed strategic decisions about their sort of route to market and how they articulate that to consumers.
Right. And Michael, I mean, you invested for many years already into that segment because you're vegetarian and vegan yourself. So it probably was not the early adopter, but it's more like an ethical choice kind of adoption from the start, and a bit different to what Sonali and James reiterated on the secondary adopters. But so your investment for companies that are novel in that space, I mean, why would you invest in one company, and how does your investment basically translate into their marketing strategy? What's the role of an investor like yourself in driving companies to message it, to brand it the right way?
Yeah, you're right. I was an early adopter myself, and you know what, I sometimes jokingly say that like I invest in these companies because I still want better products for myself, and you know that's one way of getting them as a vegan. So you know, I think I agree with what James and Sonali said before, is that like the taste is really everything, and the product is so important. So you know the message behind it, environment and health is obviously crucial as well. but it starts with a product. So to your question, how we invest is we want to make sure that either there is already a very strong product in a given category, or because we are a very early stage investor, there's a good prototype or some proof points that the founding team can get to the really superior product. And superior product can mean different things, by the way. In Asia context, it can mean the product that really addresses the taste profile of specific cuisine or specific consumer in specific country. Right? So a lot of global brands that we all know are having more of the Western formats. They don't always work well in specific Asian markets or Asian cuisines. So what we are looking at is this specific Asia angle, talking to the local consumer, designing the product around the local consumer. So this is from product perspective, and about marketing and how we can help. In the end, it's all about founders, and we look for founders that already have a good idea of how to communicate with their consumers. But what we can reiterate, and usually it resonates with good founders, is that in Asia, consumers have very specific reasons why they want to buy this product. And I think Sonali mentioned it already, but it's predominantly health. So whatever consumer study we are looking at, the health trumps environment and animal welfare in Asia. I think it's gradually changing. Environment becomes a bit more important factor, but for now it's health. And health, to unpack it a little bit, means nutrition. So it's really important to communicate sort of equal or better nutritional values to meet. And also, it's specifically Asian context for health is low fat and weight loss. So quite a lot of consumers are actually specifically looking for these products to lose weight.
Right. Again, looking at the Asian context, Avinash gave a few numbers here on different markets such as Indonesia. He left China out a little bit. I'm not sure if it's down to the integration of the 5-year plan and cultured meat, yes or no, or not getting the right data sets. I'm not sure about there. But can you elaborate a little bit further on the numbers that you mentioned for especially Asian countries? Where are the opportunities? Is it really only Gen Zs? Is it like a different, broader scope of consumers that you should address? Is it the way that you go into the market through e-commerce, direct-to-consumer retail? Where do you see opportunities?
Yeah, I think what we discussed regarding product development and primarily looking at the taste and probably the health benefits of Gen Z, or mostly millennials and Gen Z are expected to be big consumers of alternate proteins in the next, probably 5 to 7 years. The reason I believe is mostly to do with health, especially in Asia, where that is the generation who is looking at conserving their health for the future. So I think taste again becomes very important, and we also had a brief look at what are the kind of products that are selling. We strongly believe that something like that is a ready meals, and something that is convenient to these consumers would also suit the direct to market channel, which is again emerging in the area. So in terms of channels, in terms of the target group of population, in terms of the countries, I think this really ties in really well to what we've been discussing. So I think that's a great way to go, and there are many pockets within the established markets as well. If you look at India or China, even there are pockets where there is huge opportunity for growth, and consumers are increasingly spending their money online to buy products, to experiment on products. So the key in all Asian markets is to get the consumer to experiment your product, and online channel or direct to consumer is a great way to do that. And there are a lot of companies who are looking at, especially in the Indian market, there are a lot of companies like Blue Tribe, a lot of people who are looking at alternate proteins, and with a direct to consumer channel. So I think that's the way to go, and that's the way to tap the niche of the Gen Z and millennial consumer.
I just wanted to pop in on China, Carl, because I think I can maybe share some information on the Chinese market.
Great.
I do think that it's really, really different than the other markets. So I don't totally, I don't think it's a good idea to lump it in. And I actually think it's probably the most challenging market of all the Asian markets. And from a lot of extensive conversations with people on the ground, founders, ecosystem makers, journalists, the Chinese consumers so far are pretty unimpressed with plant-based meats as they are today. And they are in a phase in their kind of journey as consumers where they want to really explore delicious food. And if your food's not delicious, they're just not interested. With the exception being that I think chain restaurants can be a good way for them to experience the products. But overall, the uptake has been slower than I think we had all hoped over the last 2-3 years. And coming back to the health aspect, Chinese consumers do not see meat as bad for their health. They are not in that phase yet. It is not clear to them that eating a lot of meat is bad for their health. And this comes back to, a gap in really the awareness building. But so far, there has been no real hit Chinese brand that has really made it, whether it's a foreign brand or a local brand, and that has really captured the zeitgeist. And a lot of the netizens' backlash, feedback is more a backlash, and they're not super impressed. And I think in China, with their social mobility and economic mobility story, meat is still very much associated with a higher status. So I think companies playing in the China market really need to think long and hard about how they're gonna look at that. And off the record with people in Impossible and Beyond, I have been told that honestly, China has been a disappointing market for them. There are also other issues in China, like regulatory issues and logistic issues, obviously, but I'm talking specifically about the consumer here.
Right.
Mikhail, I don't know if you want to agree or disagree.
I think both have something great to add.
James, go ahead.
No, sure. Before I moved to the alternative protein side, I was doing a lot in China through the meat side, dairy side, and now with Lever, we've made a number of investments in China. And yes, Sonali's completely right. It's very difficult at times to operate there. One of the challenges you have is from a competitive standpoint. You saw on certain online sites, you would see Oatly or someone come into the market, and you then have 30, 40, 50 Me Too brands popping up within a space of a month or two. A lot of these are very low quality products, and that is damaging some of the reputation for the industry. So you're right, it's a very difficult market in which to operate. On the flip side, though, and why we've made certain investments there, aside from the quality of the companies we've gone into, when you look longer term, we talk about all the drivers for the alternative protein industry. Being included in the 5-year plan is arguably the most important thing that's happened for alternative proteins around the world. If you look at solar panels, high-speed trains, when they made it into the 5-year plans, they went from nothing to having 10 times more than the rest of the world combined in the space of 5 years. So the support that will come both indirect and direct to that industry is going to be absolutely phenomenal. And obviously it's going to favor the sort of local Chinese companies over a lot of the sort of international brands coming to the market. So it still may not be an easy market to come into. But sorry, you go.
No, I think that's spot on. I have basically nothing to add. The only thing I would add to, and I agree with everything, and we think the same way, sort of short-term challenging, long-term very promising, and I'm also bullish about this 5-year plan inclusion, not just for plant-based, but also for cultivated meat and other technologies. Just one comment that is more broader in Asia. I think we talked a little bit about consumer perceptions and the fact that they don't necessarily like the current products, or not always, that the bar is set very high for this plant-based products, especially on the meat side. One of the reasons is that in Asia, plant-based meat was around for ages, and people have certain perceptions, and it is related to this old school sort of mock meat products that are around in China and other countries, and that most people either heard about or tried, and they weren't impressed. So they now need to understand why this new wave of plant-based product is substantially better to encourage them to actually incorporate that into their diets.
I guess this would also be quite important then to mention the way that you address this to the consumers, the educational component, especially in China, you use celebrities very often in order to communicate with anybody and that through social media, etc. And you see the same happening also in the West with A-listers from Lewis Hamilton, Snoop Dogg, etc. onwards, adopting these as an investment point of view, and then using their voice to, and drum up more support for the companies. So how would you see that in terms of marketing, especially China versus the West in terms of using celebrities on the payroll of those companies? I know, Sonali, you wrote about that recently, so I will hand that over to you first.
You mean the celebrities that we did a roundup?
Yes, exactly.
I mean, I think there's clearly a trend happening. I mean, Kim Kardashian, obviously one of the most followed celebrities in the world in the non kind of China space. And Anita in Brazil, teaming up with Future Farm. Kim was Beyond Meat. And then you've got all these kind of really, really well-known actors. Leonardo was obviously the trendsetter here, coming in and putting their money behind these companies. I think they're kind of playing a little bit of a Bill Gates kind of thing, where they're kind of really looking to, better manage their wealth into alternative investments. And food is an easy win, and it's a great win for the companies. I think that what celebrities do is they bring this kind of mass content headline, clickbait kind of feeling to it. But I'm still wondering, I think they bring awareness. So they make the case that this is becoming a trend and that this is something people need to have on their radar. But I do wonder if they actually move the needle at the supermarket. Like, is someone going to the supermarket and looking at, meaty foods if they're when they're at the supermarket and going, oh, Iron Man invested in this, so I'm going to buy it? I don't know. I actually think that the niche and kind of what we call micro influencers could be more useful to actually get consumers to buy the products. So I think it works from a macro way to have the celebrities involved, and it gets you plenty of coverage. And I'll tell you very honestly that celebrity coverage gets 10 times, 20 times the clicks of any other coverage. But I think that it's not necessarily that's going to move the needle for buying the products. And that's where I think Mikhail was very right when he said you have to localize to each market, and you have to find the celebrities or the influencers or the activists or whatever, the personalities that really can speak to the actual shopper, which I think is different.
Right. I think one important point, looking at China again, was the conversation that Mikhail just started on taste. It needs to taste really good, otherwise they don't buy it. But then the argument also would be around shark fins, which don't have a taste, they just have a consistency, and they're basically promoted because, like the rich and famous, they basically consume it. So, and I want to give that question to James, because you've been spending some time in China and you see what celebrity cults can do and move markets there, especially influencers as well. Would you agree with what Sonali just mentioned in terms of how it might be different in China versus the West?
For sure. I mean, you can see that celebrities have a huge power to move the needle on these things. I think it's going to be slightly easier in the fashion, in the sort of cosmetics industry. There is a lot more pull there when it comes to the consumer. As we I think, when we first started on China, one of the most important things, though, is that taste and the quality of the products. So you can dress all these things up as much as you like. At the end of the day, when the consumer takes it home to each store, is in a restaurant and consuming that product, if the quality point isn't there, you may have some trial purchases, but you're not going to have that sticky product that's going to bring a consumer back and either to the restaurant or to get them to continue buying it. So for me, when we're evaluating companies, having that ability to have the good marketing reach, is a nice to have, but at the end of the day, if they can't translate that back to having a very good product, whether that's appealing to the Western market, so the QSR channel in China, or whether you're going to sort of localize it to come into, say, the hot pot market, into dim sum, wherever you're going to go, if you haven't got a product that's going to sit in the top sort of 10, 15% of the market there, it's going to be very difficult for us to get on board.
Right. And Avinash, I mean, bringing you back into, the conversation. So you see the numbers and the data sets that you have, and how you predict the fight for market share in Asia, and where will that fight actually happen? Is it on the retail side? Is it in e-commerce? Where do you see like new brands coming up as well? Because mostly it's like the big brands that drive the demand for it, because they invest heavily and they have the access already. But where do you see like the growth happening?
So we've been discussing about product a lot, and I also mentioned in my presentation that product innovation is going to be the key strategy to win in this market, as opposed to market penetration or looking at any specific channel like e-commerce. The product has to be good, and it has to suit the taste, and it has to suit the health benefits that the consumers want. That's the primary goal. So having said that, if there are good products, if there are there is variety for the consumer, the fight is going to be a mixed of both retail and e-commerce. E-commerce mostly because of the consumer groups whom we believe that are going to be the early adopters, or rather they're going to consume this more, not just the vegan lifestyle, but kind of flexitarian lifestyle as well. On some days they are vegan, on some days they consume meat. So that's also a segment that is kind of untapped by most companies. So we look at either vegan or meat eaters, and there is nothing in between. So I think that's also something that companies needs to look at, where there are a lot of consumers who want to try it out, and e-commerce or even direct to consumer is a channel to reach out to them, especially millennials and Gen Zs. But yeah, the product has to be in place so that there is a repeat purchase. There might be trial that can happen either through a direct-to-consumer marketing or through celebrity endorsements or through any sort of means. But for the consumer to ensure that the consumer sticks to their product or sticks to plant protein, or kind of increases the percentage of alternate protein in their diet, it's very important for the product innovation to be there, and everything right from the ingredient to the taste to everything ties up to that.
Right. I guess alternative protein is a broad term which encompasses so many different aspects. Alternative, like plant-based, cell-based, precision fermented or cultured meat, etc. Now you even have hybrids coming along, so it's a lot happening. So, Mikael, is there a difference between how to market plant-based versus cultivated foods, and should you, in the Asian context, really look into that? What's a good strategy to communicate?
Yeah, that's a good question. And obviously cultivated products are hardly on the market yet. There's essentially one that is being sold in Asia or anywhere in the world. So I think the companies actually have time to figure this out to some extent, but definitely there is a difference in marketing this. I think plant-based meat and other plant-based products are still, as much as they are obviously processed, there are some ingredients that need to be explained. Like fundamentals are understood by consumers. These are plants that are turned in some fruit processing into meat. I think most consumers still don't understand how cultivated meat is produced, and it actually can be a big barrier. So the key is really for these companies to explain transparently the process, and most of them are actually doing it, and explain the benefits, which might be a little different. So it's a little bit different nutrition or a profile or health profile compared to plant-based meat. So it's all about this transparency and being really clear and open how it is produced and how does it compare with animal-derived products.
Right. And James, so would you agree with this statement? And we're running out of time. There's only a few minutes left. So I would like to ask that question for everyone here. Would you guys agree with the statement that plant-based proteins has the lowest barrier to consumer adoption, as the product is typically non-GMO, much more affordable and easier to consumers to fact check and understand? Do you think that's really the case, James, or do you reckon this is you can contest that? Because there's always the conversation about highly processed foods, etc. So where is that really the case with plant-based foods?
I don't know quite whether I'd say it has the lowest barrier to adoption. It's certainly because there is a lot of companies out there who are very successfully marketing their products. You are seeing those trial purchases. But generally, I think one of the things you mentioned there was health. And that, for me, is one of my biggest areas of uncertainty or potentially concern for the space. And it all comes back to how these companies are positioning themselves. At the end of the day, there's not much research done on actually how healthy are these products in the mass. I know there are some that certainly can say that, but in the broad scheme of things, a lot of these companies, the products don't tend to fit what would generally be called a healthy product. They have a long ingredient list. They often are highly processed. And I think this is one of the more dangerous things. And just from experience in the food industry, misleading consumers is one of the most dangerous things you can possibly do as a brand, whether it's deliberate or not. If the big image at the moment is that these companies are producing a healthy product, if that whole facade is punctured, that could be very negative for a number of companies in the space. We can go into that in a lot of detail, but just out of everything you've said, I think the health angle is something to really touch on, because it's something that is becoming probably the #1 driver for a lot of these brands, particularly in Asia. And I think there need to be serious questions asked about actually how healthy some of these companies, some of the products are in this space. So I'll be interested to see what others think on that. But for me, that's one of the really delicate points for the industry in the next few years.
Right. And I know Sonali has a take on that too. What is your view?
My view is that I've never gone to an event with consumers without someone saying to me that they thought the products were unhealthy. So I think that whether it's the meat lobby or anti-plant-based activists or what have you, there has been this kind of adoption of this idea that plant-based meat equals processed, which is a huge, I completely agree with James, it's a concern. What I'm not on the same page about is that I think actually there are quite a few of these products that are healthier than the meat that they're being compared to. And I also think consumers have an unfair view of how healthy their meat is and what's in their meat and what it, because if you're comparing a Beyond Burger to a grass-fed regen ag steak, that's not a fair comparison. You should be comparing the Beyond Beef burger to a conventionally grown, industrially processed, corn-fed, GMO soy or corn-fed piece of meat. So I think the comparison is often unfair. I think that we're still using a few products as benchmarks when there's been a huge kind of advancement in the space. And there are so many brands that are different and that are cleaner label, that have shorter ingredients and that are less processed. But somehow in the consumer's mind, plant-based meat equals processed. And that is a huge issue. And then the other issue that's happening is not only does that play right into kind of big meat and big meat's kind of playbook of like fighting these alternatives, but it also, there's a rift that seems to be happening within the vegan space where you've got like these holy vegans that are saying plant-based meat is bad, and that's and there's kind of this kind of I'm either on the tofu and bean patty side, or I'm on the plant-based meat tech, super processed bad system side. And I don't think that these are productive discussions. And I think that we have to remember that for a lot of these founders, their goal is to replace the McDonald's patty, not the person that's eating a perfect diet with kale and chickpeas and homemade organic food every day. So I think once again, it comes back to what I said way in the beginning, which is that there's too much emphasis on the technologies and on the market growth and not enough emphasis on awareness of the consumer, whether the consumer is in Asia or in the States, and really kind of going through all these arguments and these points, these biases, and really dealing with them. I don't think the companies or the investors are spending enough time on that. And so I do worry, like James, that the blowback is growing.
Right. I hate to say that the time is up, but it's true. It's a very productive and really insightful conversation. So I really would like to thank everybody here on the panel. So a few takeaways from the conversation are certainly around communicating health benefits of those alternative protein products and looking at different markets on how to actually promote them there. I hope you can join us also during FHA in September when we explore much more about this topic at the physical show. In fact, also that you can meet all of our speakers from today, being it Sonali, Mikhail, James, or Avinash in person. So I would like to thank again our thought leaders of today for your time and expertise, and all the best around the world. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Further in our series on alternative proteins in Asia, we invited EMI to give us their take on developments in precision fermentation and cell-cultured dairy to achieve animal-free alternatives. From plant-made milk and yogurts to cheese alternatives, the dairy-free space continues to see very dynamic innovation, delivering strong growth and attracting key dairy players into the space. This presentation by Monique Naval, Senior Research Analyst at Euromonitor International, shows us the consumer drivers behind the success of this industry.
Hello everyone, I'm Monique Naval, the Global Project Lead for Dairy Products and Alternatives at Euromonitor International. In this session, we will analyze the consumer drivers behind the success of plant-based dairy, key hotspots for growth, and the latest innovation in this space. Before we begin the presentation, let me introduce you to Euromonitor International. Euromonitor International is the world's leading independent provider of strategic market research, and we are proud to celebrate the company's 50th anniversary this year. Food and nutrition is the biggest industry that we research, and our global team provides recommendations to the world's largest FMCG companies, helping them plan the future. First, let's take a look at the drivers behind dairy-free diets. Plant-based alternatives have revolutionized the food industry, and consumer demand has skyrocketed in the last few years. In fact, 42% of global consumers say that they are restricting their animal-based consumption, so manufacturers have risen to the challenge by developing new products and extending ranges across the whole food spectrum. The plant-based dairy industry in particular is one of the largest and most dynamic spaces, with global retail value sales of over 20 billion US dollars in 2021. The plant-based halo has extended from the milks to the yogurts and ice creams, and it's now making inroads in the cheese space and other smaller dairy categories, including cream and condensed milk. By 2026, the free from dairy industry is set to reach nearly 25 US dollar billion in retail value sales. It is well known that the plant-based trend is not driven by vegans or vegetarians, as these are very small groups. Consumers that consider themselves as flexitarians or follow a mostly plant-based diet are also not a significant group, accounting for around 6% of consumers globally. However, the group of consumers that have some animal-based eating restrictions, representing an unrestricted middle ground between eaters of animal-based foods and non-eaters, is much larger and is the engine of the plant-based movement. To attract these consumers, plant-based dairy alternatives need to have good taste and texture so they are competitive with their dairy counterparts and attract not only consumers that are trying to limit their dairy intake, but also regular dairy eaters. So why do consumers choose plant-based dairy offerings? Health is a top reason to choose plant-based dairy offerings, which is mainly in connection with digestion and reducing the intake of sugar. This relates to dairy's bad rap, mainly around the unhealthy halo of lactose, which many consumers say they do not digest well. These perceptions play in favor of dairy alternatives. Environmental concerns and animal welfare, although still relevant for some consumers, mainly in the UK and Germany, rank much lower in importance in the global picture. And who are the main consumers of plant-based foods? It is undeniable that young generations are the key consumer base driving the plant-based movement. According to Euromonitor's Health and Nutrition Survey, 53% of Generation Z avoid animal-based products versus 33% of baby boomers. This shows a clear generational pattern, with younger generations increasingly looking for these food options. Generation Z and millennials like us are also hugely influenced by social media that are crucial in the development of plant-based lifestyle trends and environment-conscious behaviors among younger generations. They also help to create community, which is pivotal in the long-term success of these trends. Now let's have a look at the global overview. Here we have retail sales in the graph above and the growth rates below, and this is according to the different regions. Plant-based dairy continues to surge in popularity across the globe, but the spotlight remains on Western countries, where there has been substantial absolute growth. Australasia is also key thanks to high per capita sales. On the flip side, Asia Pacific suffered a very significant drop in sales during 2020 and has not recovered to pre-pandemic levels. This is mainly due to the negative performance of milk alternatives in China, which was valued at $5.5 billion in retail sales in 2021. Given the large size of the market, this has a significant impact on the overall performance of both the region and the world. This decline is mainly attributed to two reasons. The first is consumers' perception of milk alternatives. In China, plant-based protein is not considered to be as nutritious as animal protein. Therefore, the increased demand for health benefits driven by the global pandemic has not had such a positive impact on the category. Second, the important consumption occasions for milk alternatives, especially non-soy variants, occur as part of gifting and for consumption during gatherings. Both of these occasions were interrupted in 2020 due to the pandemic. In 2021, social gatherings still did not fully recover, preventing the category from rebounding to pre-pandemic sales. In 2022, due to inflation pressures such as rising energy prices, logistics, raw materials, and packaging, costs for companies will go up, which they are expected to transfer on to consumers with price increases. Thus, dairy alternatives will become more expensive and retail value sales will go up. However, we do not expect volume sales to go down with the same extent. Plant-based milk is the largest category in the dairy-free industry with global retail value sales of 18 billion US dollars in 2021. Despite the declining performance, soy variants still represent the largest portion of the milk alternatives category globally, accounting for 34% of total sales in 2021. This is related to high penetration in the Asian markets. Almond is the second largest milk type with just over 22% of sales. However, momentum seems to be firmly with oat milk, the one in the dark orange tab there. Having disrupted the plant-based milk space across regions, it now accounts for over 10% of all sales globally, up from 4% in 2019. On the one hand, this is because oats are more sustainable than other alternatives. For example, almonds need a lot of water to grow. Questions around sustainability have been raised in markets like the US. On the other hand, taste is crucial, and oats have a neutral flavor that is liked by consumers and makes oat milk a great alternative for coffee aficionados, as it does not overpower the flavor of the drink, unlike other types of plant-based milk. Health credentials are also associated with oats in general due to their content of probiotic fiber, boosting an already good reputation. New ingredients are flourishing, and new product launches have hit the shelves, including milks made of barley, chickpeas, sunflower seeds, and even potatoes. Take Two is a US brand making the first dairy-free milk using upcycled barley from the beer industry. Take Two sources its upcycled barley from Evergreen, an AB InBev-backed company which transforms the spent grain into high-quality, sustainable ingredients to create food and beverages. Take Two can engage with eco-conscious consumers looking to reduce food waste, which is one of the most common consumer actions to be more sustainable. Doug is the first potato milk on the market, which I find very interesting, made by Swedish company Veg of Lund. It stands out due to its sustainability credentials, having a lower carbon footprint using less water, and needing less land than rival ingredients such as oats and almonds. UK retailer Waitrose introduced the brand in February 2022 and believes in the potential of the ingredient. And lastly, chia seeds are the ingredient chosen by US company Mama Chia, which has gained a good reputation over the last few years for its health credentials. Mama Chia claims to contain 800 milligrams of omega-3 fatty acids per serving and more calcium than a glass of traditional milk. It also contains 0 sugar. And now let's look at what's next in plant-based dairy. Plant-based dairy categories are innovating rapidly. On the left-hand side, we see plant-based dairy replicating dairy categories. We've seen that mainly in milk, but also a little bit in yogurt. It is going to be more and more of getting that functionality of cow's milk that could be poured over coffee and cereals and to cook and bake with it. Both Danone's Silk Next and So Delicious Wonder Milk and Nestlé's Wunda are going to that positioning, with Wunda clearly stating the packaging, epic and everything. We've also seen different claims that are usually used to dairy products such as Greek style, that are now also being used for plant-based dairy counterparts. Plant-based cheese is one of the biggest areas of innovation in some Western European countries that are leading the trend in plant-based dairy movement. And here are some examples of plant-based cheese that are flagship brands of some of the key dairy players. We have examples like Babybel, Philadelphia, and Follow Your Heart brand from Earth Island, which has been acquired by the top player in plant-based dairy. Beyond cheese, plant-based dairy also expands across the dairy spectrum. So we have this latest range of coffee creamers from Chobani, Beautiful Oat Kefir, Oatly Sweepable Creamy Oat in the UK, and Oatly's new launch in China specifically for milk tea blending. When replicating dairy, as we mentioned, the importance of replicating dairy, there is a need of a long list of ingredients, and this is creating the challenge. In order to do this, there is a need to replicate the molecular composition of dairy products using numerous plant-based ingredients and combining them with stabilizers, thickeners, and gelling agents like starches to provide creaminess. Ultimately, the goal is to achieve the natural textures and consistency of dairy products. Because of this, the challenge in most cases is that plant-based products are not clean label and contain a large number of ingredients not recognizable by consumers. Given the association of plant-based dairy with health credentials, non-clean label products could suffer from consumer backlash in the long term. Now let's look at the potential of fermentation and cell-cultured dairy. Using new technologies to match the taste and texture of dairy is where the new launch from Silk fits in. And this is the right direction of travel, given that the taste is the main reason consumers do not choose plant-based dairy alternatives. However, mimicking dairy with plant-based ingredients is a challenge on the clean label front, as most of the end products are heavily processed. Although less than 10% of consumers say they do not choose plant-based dairy options due to the processing level, this is connected with lack of awareness given the intrinsic association of plant-based with healthier products by consumers. This could, however, change in years to come as consumers become more educated in the plant-based space. In this context, ingredient companies are working towards merging different thickening and gelling agents into one and trying to reduce the ingredients list and achieve more clean label products. However, there is still a long way to go on this front. With the aim of replicating the structure of dairy ingredients and mimicking the taste and texture, food tech innovators are playing an important role in accelerating the development of the new phase of dairy alternatives. This includes genetic engineering of plants to achieve dairy-like proteins, the buoyant space of fermentation where numerous players are flourishing across the world, and cell-cultured dairy where the goal is to achieve animal-free products that replicate the structure, functionality, and nutrition of dairy. These technologies have the potential to disrupt the dairy industry as we know it today. First, we have plant engineering, and this consists of genetically modifying crops to produce animal-like proteins. Second, fermentation. Fermentation is nothing new. We are used to eating a wide range of fermented foods like yogurt and kimchi, but it has now found applications in the alternative protein space. Third, cell-cultured dairy. Unlike the rest of the technologies that are looking to mimic specific components of dairy, cell-cultured milk consists of replicating mammary gland cells in a lab that can lactate milk. Although this technology does not replicate dairy exactly, it is the closest it could get. Both human and cow's milk analogs can be created, but there is still no full regulatory approval and no products available to consumers. The plant engineering technology is interesting as it is the plant that works like bioreactors by including animal proteins gene DNA codes inside the genome of the main plants used in food as protein sources. Agritech company Moolec is a great example of this technology. UK-based and with global operations in the US, Europe, and South America, Moolec's products are based on the genetic engineering of plants to include animal genetic information in order to enable them to produce proteins the way animals do. Although its initial focus was on the animal-free meat space, in 2021, the company announced its expansion into dairy alternatives. In particular, it's looking at co-expressing oat concentrates with whey proteins to develop its alternative dairy products. Precision fermentation enables the programming of microorganisms to produce specific functional ingredients such as proteins, fats, natural pigments, flavoring agents, etc. Precision fermentation has strong prospects as it produces dairy-like products minus the cows. Perfect Day was one of the pioneers in the precision fermentation space, looking to replicate dairy-like ingredients. Its initial focus were dairy-like proteins, whey and casein, and it is now also looking to replicate dairy fats. Perfect Day started by producing branded products using its ingredients, then went on to become an ingredients provider and focus on scaling animal-free dairy ingredients. There are now numerous companies working on precision fermentation to produce ingredients that can be used in animal-free dairy-like products. For example, we have Israel food tech companies like Imagine Dairy and Remilk, as well as German startup Formo. Cell-based technology to produce animal-free dairy is in progress and consists of the production of cell-based milk by growing mammary gland cells and expressing them in a way that they could start producing their own milk. This technology is currently being developed in both cow's milk and breast milk for replacement of infant formula. The benefits of this versus precision fermentation is that with the latter, specific ingredients are replicated, while with cell-based technology, the whole complexity and functionality of dairy can be matched. There are challenges to overcome though. First is on the scalability side. Although investments is pouring into the space and prices have gone down over the last few years, costs remain high, mainly coming from bioreactors and growth media. Regulation to commercialize these novel products is another challenge to navigate ahead of launch in different markets. And finally, consumer perception, which is still to be seen. Similar to precision fermentation, lab-cultured dairy could be associated with a not natural image. Furthermore, the better digestion driver for choosing alternatives would not be relevant here as the final product is identical to the animal-based counterpart. Containing no hormones or antibiotics and being able to reduce fat content would resonate with consumers from the health angle though. Besides this, the main characteristics playing in favor of this technology are taste and texture being the same as dairy while being animal-free and eco-friendly. There are a few companies developing in this space, including US-based BioMilk, Singapore's Turtle Tree, and Israeli company Wilk. And so, let's look at the key takeaways. Dairy-free alternatives continue to show strong potential, and this is expected to continue in years to come, gaining penetration across the entire dairy spectrum. The focus should be in Western markets, where the majority of growth and opportunities are, although the rest of the regions also see a positive performance but from a small base. Dairy-free milk remains the largest contributor to the category, but there are interesting opportunities emerging in other smaller categories such as plant-based cheese and kefir. Second, the future of plant-based alternatives will be driven by efforts directed towards replicating dairy as much as possible, including the nutritional profile, mimicking the versatility and functionality of dairy, and replicating its taste and texture. Focus should be placed on trying to deliver these features while keeping products as clean as possible. Developments in new sources of plant-based protein are underway, including potatoes and cabbage, among others, which also should be a focal point. And lastly, precision fermentation is a very promising technology in dairy alternative space, especially in cheese, which is difficult to replicate with plant-based ingredients. Although there is still a long way to go and many challenges to overcome, from regulation hurdles and scalability to how to position these offerings to consumers, these technologies give signposts that the future of the dairy industry could be increasingly reliant on growth mediums and fermentation tanks and less on animals on land. And I hope you enjoy the presentation. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Craig Houliston from Nielsen IQ. Did you know that 83% of categories in Asia Pacific have increased their price versus 2019? And even more staggering, that 25% have increased their price over 10% since 2019. Join me on Tuesday, the 5th of July at FHA Match, where I'll be sharing more Nielsen IQ insights on how inflationary pressures in Asia are affecting the businesses and how you can strategize to win. Look forward to seeing you on Tuesday, the 5th of July at FHA Match.
Greetings from the Asian Culinary Institute, Nanyang Polytechnic. NYP is pleased to host the NYP Learning Studio at Food Hotel Asia 2022 on the 7th of September in partnership with Informa Markets, the organizer of FHA. We've lined up a series of interesting seminars and demos in NYP Learning Studio conducted by experts from Nanyang Polytechnic, including chef trainers of Asian Culinary Institute. We'll be covering a range of exciting topics including technology and guidance on allergen control, practical application of customer journey mapping to increase customer satisfaction, upcycling food waste into premier food products or eco-friendly materials, repurposing of food waste into a new dish, sake appreciation and the art of sake production. Last but not least, how the power of big data can drive change in the F&B industry. Nanyang Polytechnic and ACI look forward to hosting you at the NYP Learning Studio on 7 September. Do register early as spaces are limited. See you there.
The FAO saw food prices rise by 23% last year alone, but they're likely to climb further 4 to 5% also in 2022. This said, the real inflationary number might even be higher. Consumers are expected to trade down and adjust their spending, yet what are the long-term impacts for brands, retailers and food markets? Will inflation be a continuing trend and impact the supply chains for years to come? Craig Houliston, Regional Executive Director of Nielsen IQ, is to give us his insights on the expected adjustments for Asia's leading economies, brands and retail market.
Hello, I'm Craig Houliston from Nielsen IQ. Did you know that in the Philippines, 40% of consumers' expenditure goes to food and non-alcoholic beverage, whereas it's only around 8.6% in the US. So what this means is that it's really important for the Asian food markets, brands and retail to really know how to adjust to inflationary pressures so that we can drive sustainable growth in the market. At Nielsen IQ, we've recently surveyed some of the top Asia Pacific CEOs. And in our survey, we've asked them, what is their most anticipated impact to expect in 2022? What we can see is that 28% of them have stated it's the rising cost of raw goods and materials. And this is the top anticipated impact, above concerns over the slow recovery of consumption and consumer traffic. We've also asked these Asia Pacific CEOs what is their biggest concern for the year ahead. And what we can see is that cost inflation is one of the key areas. Also, the impact of higher prices on the market share. Nonetheless, it's not just within their internal business where they have concerns, but also with regard to the consumer. These Asia Pacific CEOs are also very worried about whether consumers will be accepting of these higher prices, which will be drawn by the fact that we will have rising costs of raw goods and materials, and also the challenge of the lack of growth in disposable income. In this region, a lot of the growth was anticipated to come through the rising middle classes. However, with COVID and the struggles that we've had because of COVID, this has obviously had an impact. And this will mean that a lot of companies will have to change their strategy in terms of how to win in this region. So we asked these Asia Pacific CEOs in terms of what are your anticipated major changes in your business strategies? And what we can see is that there are different changes across the board. Definitely we're seeing things such as these leaders looking to focus more on emerging health, wellness and safety trends. There's a shift in channel behavior, focusing more on emerging channels, whether it be e-commerce, delivery apps. Also, with regard to investing in digital and online investment, there will be renewed focus there. But there'll also be areas in terms of where they need to refine things. And what we can see is that there will be a chance to rationalize their current categories where they play in. There's a bit of a mixture in terms of their anticipation of whether they will increase or decrease their frequency of promotion. But what's probably the most pertinent is with regard to price. And 56% of the Asia Pacific CEOs that we surveyed stated that they are looking to increase price this year. And it's interesting to note that 38% are still stating that they will maintain their price. But obviously this will be very dependent on the inflationary pressures that we are seeing. So in the next section, we will focus more about some of the insight that we're seeing directly from the Nielsen IQ retail measurement data and what we can learn from to help companies strategize to win given these pressures that we are facing. So let's have a look in terms of what are the market pressures which are driving inflation. So it's commonly thought that the sharp shipping costs increasing and also the pressures on international supply chain were the root cause of the inflation. However, there's more beyond this. As we can see, the rising cost of raw ingredients, also changes such as the rising delivery volumes are also having an impact. If we delve a bit deeper, there are actually some underlying factors which are driving this, whether it be extreme weather events, more labor-intensive operating models, or even increasing demand of online and delivery. These are all having effects in terms of the market pressures. With that, we can see what are the key drivers. Actually, what we can see is that a lot of them are long-term. COVID is obviously a midterm effect, and obviously we're still feeling the effects of this, even as we're coming out of COVID. Nonetheless, what we do see are things like climate change, shifted consumption, the polarization of finance as people are becoming more and more insulated and more constrained, and also political events such as the war in the Ukraine. These are long-term challenges that we will face, which will imply that inflation will be here for the next few years. Within Nielsen IQ, we analyzed the FMCG data, and this chart highlights the Asia Pacific FMCG growth decomposition. So let me explain a bit more in terms of this chart. So the black line is the value growth, and the gray bar is the weighted volume growth. But what we'll focus on here is the green bar. And the green bar is what we call unit value growth, which in basic terms is price change. And what we can see is that over the last few quarters, this green bar is getting more and more prominent. This doesn't necessarily mean it's pure inflation, because price change could be driven by a few factors. It could be absolute price changes, changes in promotion, changes in terms of whether consumers are trading up or trading down, or whether they are purchasing more larger or smaller packs. Nonetheless, it's quite clear to see that the impact of price is becoming more and more prevalent in this region. What we've done at Nielsen IQ is we've tried to analyze all the categories, and we've got hundreds of categories that we track, and we've taken 6 key markets: China, India, Singapore, Australia, Malaysia, and the Philippines. And we've analyzed every category. And what we have seen is that 83% of categories have increased their price versus 2019, which is a phenomenal amount. However, probably what's more interesting is the fact that 25% of categories have increased their price by over 10%. This is really highlighting the impact that we're seeing with regard to inflation and the long-term effects that this could drive. If we delve a bit deeper, actually what we can see are that some categories are affected more than others. So it may not be a surprise to many of you, but cooking oil is probably the most prominent. Whether it's a 32% increase in India, a 26% increase in Thailand, or even a 10% increase in Philippines, this is all big change. What we can see is that cooking oil has changed because of the poor harvests, there have been labor shortages, increasing demand from the biofuel industry, and obviously recently the impact of the war in the Ukraine. 50% of sunflower oil comes from the Ukraine, and 25% come through Russia. So obviously, as this war prolongs, this will have a longer term effect. It's also worth noting that in this region, there's been a lot of news around Indonesia and their banning of the export of palm oil and the impact that has had on adjacent categories. It's again worth remembering that with respect to cooking oil isn't just for cooking. It's also used in things like chocolate, noodles, margarine. So again, this will start to transcend into other categories. We can also see that it's had some impact on other staple goods. And I think we can all see that these are generally essential items that we're seeing that many of our consumers in Asia would be purchasing. Again, it's driven by things such as the poor harvest, manpower shortages, supply not being able to keep up with demand, especially for things like pork and ham. And even with regard to eggs, there have been some external factors such as bird flu, but also we need to think about the fact that rising corn and wheat prices will have an impact, because things like that will be animal feed for the chickens. And when we talk about chickens, obviously it's been in the news recently, the fact that Malaysia has banned the export of chickens to Singapore, and that leading to increasing prices. So again, with the challenges that we're facing in the markets, we will start to see that a lot of markets may start to contain some of their products within their market to try to control prices, which will have a negative impact on the rest of the region. And with regard to Asia, we are heavily reliant on our neighboring partners. So again, this could have a profound effect. So at Nielsen IQ, we also look at very deep advanced analytics. And what we're looking at on the left-hand side is looking at price elasticity. So how to read this chart is generally, if one was to increase price by 10%, pre-COVID, one would expect a 23% reduction in volume. However, from our analysis, what we are seeing is that a 10% increase in price now equates to only a 19% decrease in volume. This is drawn by the fact that a lot of Asian consumers, obviously, even though they are constrained, they have been not being able to travel or buy a lot of luxuries. So more and more expenditure has gone into FMCG, but that doesn't mean that they're less sensitive to discounts. Actually, what we can see on the right-hand side is that as discount levels increase, we are seeing that in post-COVID world, we're seeing even more impact in terms of their responsiveness to the promotions. So in the past, pre-COVID, a 20% discount would yield around a 65% volume uplift. However, post-COVID, or now, we would assume it to be around 102%. This doesn't mean that everyone should be promoting more and more. Actually, what it means is that people are still loyal to brands, but they want to get more out of what they're buying with their money. Not everything should be promoted. Actually, what we need to do is drive data-driven decisions to avoid value erosion. So what we can see is that across the region, it's inevitable that there are rising costs of goods. Okay, so 48% of Asia Pacific consumers are stating that they've noticed that their shopping has increased more than it did 6 months ago. This is just a reality that we need to accept. We can see it from the CEO survey, where the CEOs are stating that they believe that the impact of rising costs of goods is going to be the biggest impact. They are also very sensitive to the fact that consumers may not react so well to this. So again, this is just something that we all need to accept, that there will be a rising cost of goods. However, efficiency will be key. Even though we are seeing rising costs of goods, that doesn't necessarily mean that everyone has to raise their prices. Actually, what it can mean is that you can look for more efficiency in other ways. So whether it's trying to identify what is the right store to enter, again, there are over 18 million traditional trade stores in Asia. You can't go into all of them. So you need to understand what are the right stores to go after. It could be also optimizing your assortment. Okay, you may have many products in many categories, but again, as consumer tastes change, you really need to understand what are the right products to put in your portfolio and where to put them. And it's also around trying to understand the right frequency and depth of your promotion. As we've seen before, we are not stating that everyone should promote more and more. Actually, even though people are more susceptible to promotions, what you need to refine are what are the right promotions to drive, so you're not eroding your value. And from the Nielsen IQ insights, what we know is that 37% of Asia Pacific products are sold on promotion. However, what's really interesting is that 51.3% of these sales would have happened anyway without any discount. That means that we're throwing money away, and there's a lot of wastage in the market. And actually, when we talk to our retailers, what they're stating is they want manufacturers and businesses to drive category growth. That's what they want. And actually, what we've calculated at Nielsen IQ is that actually, if you're able to refine your promotions and optimize the right frequency and depth, we could actually drive an extra 3.3% growth in the region. So that would move the region from around 5% growth currently to around 8% growth, which would be back to pre-COVID levels. So again, this can give a lot of optimism to the market that even though there is strong inflation pressure, what we can do is by actually being very efficient and understanding the right strategy, you can actually drive similar levels of growth. So let's take a look in terms of some of the consumer dynamics. So at Nielsen IQ, we've recently surveyed Asia Pacific consumers, and we've asked them what describes best your overall household financial situation over the last 2 years. What we can see is that we've asked them whether they're strugglers, rebounders, cautious, unchanged, or thrivers. And what we can see is that 85% of them fall into the strugglers, rebounders, and cautious, which are generally those who are a bit more constrained. What's probably most notable is that 35% of them are stated that they're not necessarily impacted financially, but they're becoming more cautious with their spending. And only 15% are stating whether they are unchanged or thrivers. This will mean that it's very important for us to understand more about these consumers and what motivates them to buy. So we did ask these different consumer segments in terms of what are they likely to do to change their behavior. And actually, what we've noticed is that most of them are stating that they all realize that groceries are costing more than usual. And even those who are unchanged are stating that 43% of them are noticing that groceries are more expensive. And it's worth noting that for strugglers, 58% of them are really feeling it. And what this leads to is the fact that most of them are stating that they are changing the way that they shop. So you see that 97% of strugglers have changed the way they shop, and only 3% have not changed the way that they are purchasing things. Obviously, for unchanged, it's comparatively less, but still, it's only 15% of them have not changed the way that they shop. So again, understanding the importance of these consumer segments will be very important in terms of trying to strategize and win. We've also asked how these different consumer segments have tried to manage their household grocery expenditure. And what we can see, it's very varied across the board. You know, for the best part, a lot of them are shopping more online for better deals. There's a belief that people go online to buy better products at better prices, and online has definitely been one of the bigger winners. What we're seeing is in Asia is around 20% of sales now come from e-commerce. And obviously, as there are more inflationary pressures, we would expect more and more shift there. We can also see that some of the strugglers are also stating that they will select the lowest price from a repertoire. And even some of them, the second in order would be selecting the lowest price. So they might just buy anything, irrespective of whether that brand would be in their consideration or not. So what we need to do is really understand more about these consumer segments and how they will have an impact on your store or your brand, and really try to adapt strategies. For example, there's no point driving economy packs for your target consumer if they can't afford to buy an economy pack. So we really need to think more creatively to try to win with these different types of consumers. So in summary, what we want to share over the next couple of slides are more about what we're seeing, both from a short term and a long term. As we've mentioned, the cost of goods are inevitable. And we also know that more and more manufacturers and retailers and businesses are looking to pass this cost onto the consumer. However, we need to be aware of the fact that there is a polarization in the consumer environment. As mentioned before, we have strugglers, rebounders, cautious, unchanged, and thrivers. And many of the people, 85% of them, feel worse off than pre-COVID. So we need to strategize around that. If we think more midterm, so the next couple of years, we just need to be cognizant of the fact that COVID has accelerated this polarization and has really changed people's purchasing decision priorities. So again, things like health and wellness are top of mind, but they want it affordably. And then if we look into the next few years in terms of long term, what we need to be aware of is the fact that the 2022 value chain model is prone to increasing costs. You know, we have longer term impacts such as climate change, labor intensive models, weak infrastructure, and third party dependence. So these challenges will require different strategies. So this is what we believe at Nielsen IQ are the ways that companies can try to win in terms of overcoming the inflationary pressures. So in the shorter term, try to review and align. So what do we mean by this is reconsider your value equation and how consumers make decisions. Again, value for money is very important to consumers. So demonstrating your proposition and what value means to the consumer for your product will be very important. Don't just implement price increases. As we've highlighted before, ways to drive efficiency can be ways that you can mitigate this and potentially retain the same cost, but have efficiency in your business. And you can do that by understanding your price elasticities. If you can understand what is the impact of you increasing prices, decreasing prices, both non-promotion and promotion, this can help you have an advantage over your competition. From a midterm perspective, we believe that you should pivot and prioritize. So again, try to evolve your product portfolio, play in different price tiers. You know, whether it's if you're sitting in mainstream right now, think about how you can have a value proposition and a premium proposition as we have that polarizing consumer group. Also think about your pack size and formulation to try to keep it key price points. Also focus more on your product benefits and justify why consumers should be willing to pay more for your products. And then with that, try to innovate to meet these new needs. And longer term, try to think about how you can localize your product assortment and overcome the challenges of the supply chains. Try to think about innovate in terms of overcoming through leveraging new technologies, whether it be vertical farming or evaluating plant-based options, and obviously leveraging technology as a way to improve the production facilities. So overall, what we would state is to win and try to overcome these inflationary pressures, plan ahead and mitigate the risk. These inflationary impacts are not going to go away, but if you strategize right, you can win. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Sarah Campbell, Head of Research for Asia Pacific for IWSR Drinks Market Analysis. Watch my presentation at FHA Match on drivers for drinks performance in Asia. In this session, I'll be covering questions such as, has the beverage market fully recovered from the pandemic? What consumer trends are driving consumption? What does the future look like? We'll also have a look at some key points such as moderation, premiumization, the ready-to-drink market, and the e-commerce channel. Look forward to seeing you there.
Hello everybody, my name is Bronwyn Duke. I'm the International Market Manager here at Dairy Australia. I really look forward to seeing you all at FHA Match on the 5th of July. And myself, along with my colleagues here from Dairy Australia, will be telling you a little bit about the Australian dairy story. And I look forward to sharing with you some of the things that are really important to us here at Dairy Australia. So I'll see you there.
As one of the world's largest dairy exporters, Australia is committed to provide safe and nutritious dairy for a healthier world. Our next session is to show how partners can work together with Australian farmers to deliver those products to Singapore and across the Asian region. Join this session by Dairy Australia to learn about their commitment to sustainability and quality, which makes their products so unique.
We're here today to tell you the story behind Australian dairy products that you find on your shelves, in your restaurants, and as ingredients in your products in Singapore and across Southeast Asia. The story is more than just cows. It's the people, the places, and the dreams for the future of our farmers, the processes of our milk, and the many people who invest their knowledge and experience within the industry. You'll see the tagline here, Thrive Together with Australian Dairy. And this is how we see our relationship with you, our international partners. We are proud of our product, and we believe that by working together, we will be able to grow our businesses and our families, all thriving together towards a healthier world. This is a long-term commitment, a relationship not just for the present, but for many years to come. So you'll see that reflected in our messages today and in what is important to us in the Australian dairy industry. So first, a few figures about our industry size. Our dairy industry is worth a lot to Australia. It's $4.7 billion worth at the farm gate. And that comes from 1.38 million cows, quite a large herd size, number of cows there in Australia. So, and this workforce, 37,400 people are involved in the dairy industry. And 32% of the milk that we produce is exported. So our export markets are very important to us, to our industry and to the farmers, the livelihood of our farmers here in Australia. And if we look a little bit closer now at where the milk is going from Australia, more than 88% of our exported product goes to Asia. And our largest market is Greater China, and that's followed by Southeast Asia and Japan. And within Southeast Asia, we have some really big separate markets. Obviously, Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore are all big markets in themselves as well. Our total value of exports is $3.4 billion. And if we break that down by a couple of our products, that's 158,000 tonnes of cheese exported to 55 countries and 245 million litres of milk that is exported. So if we have a look now at some of the, a little bit closer at what we're exporting to Southeast Asia, we can look at it either by value or volume, and our top markets or our biggest markets change just a little bit depending on how you look at it. So if we look at it by value, you'll see here that Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore are the bigger markets for us, with the others closely following. But if we change to volume, then we do get Singapore shooting up there, and also Malaysia as well there, and Indonesia. But the difference that we're seeing here is the kind of products that we're sending there. So for Singapore, we're doing a lot of just liquid milk. So obviously the volume is greater there. And if we have a closer look at the kind of products that we are exporting, so if we look at cheese, you'll see there that Malaysia and the Philippines are quite big markets for us. For milk, as I was saying, Singapore and Malaysia are quite big. And for the mixtures, skim milk powder and whey powder, you'll see that Indonesia is quite a big market for those products for us. Sorry. So our focus here for Australian dairy, we do have many things that are important to us, but if I boil it down to the three most important for us, it is food safety and quality, sustainability, and relationships. And just looking at that quote there, so whether it is a friendship or relationship, all of these bonds are built on trust, and without it, you have nothing. And I think this is a really important quote in the trade space, where it is so important to be able to trust the people you are dealing with, to know your product is in safe hands, and that your end consumers are happy with the product. So food safety, drilling down a little bit into the three top focus areas there that I spoke about. Food safety, our standards here are built all together, not just top down from government, but government agencies, industry groups, and consumers have all worked together to create food safety standards that really suit our unique environment. And these standards are based on Codex Alimentarius, the internationally accepted standards. And the really unique thing about Australian food safety is that the standards are across the whole supply chain. So we're not talking just in the manufacturing stage, but really from where it starts pre-farm. So the kind of inputs that come onto farm, the kind of foods, food for the cows, the water that comes on, chemicals, anything that comes onto the farm, this is all regulated as part of the supply chain and checked by government agencies. And we do realise that in these modern times, things move very quickly. So we really have to keep an eye out on ways we can keep improving our systems and new ways to detect really early on problems that might be occurring in the supply chain, so that we can quickly mitigate that and really keep on top of food safety. So constantly changing for us there. Another important focus for us is sustainability. So Australia has already had the Australian Dairy Sustainability Framework for 10 years now, and we're celebrating 10 years of this framework. And in this framework, we really look at each aspect of sustainability and make promises and really pledge to change things for the future. There are 4 pillars within the sustainability framework. And the first one there being enhancing livelihoods. So this is really a vibrant industry is important to us, where our farmers are really thriving within the industry. And the last survey that we did showed that 82% of farmers are confident about the future of their business, which is great news for us and for the future. The second aspect is improving well-being, so looking at dairy as an important nutrient in our diet, the nutritional value of dairy. So some of the research that we've done a fractures trial research, and that has shown that dairy in the elderly actually reduces falls by 11%. And fractures by 33%. So that's a really solid example of why dairy is really important for health. Another research project that we've done is Nutrient-Rich Food Index, and this ranks foods based on their nutritional composition. So milk was found to have really high nutritional value per dollar, and while plant-based beverages have a lower impact on the environment, dairy does really come up top on the amount of nutrient in the product. So best care for animals is another important pillar of sustainability. We've been running the animal husbandry survey since 2005, and that really pinpoints aspects of welfare that we need to look at. So we look at where we are now and we look at where we want to be in the future, and we continually try to improve the welfare of our animals. The fourth pillar there is reducing the environmental impact. So we're committed to reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 30% by 2030. And we've already reduced that since when we first started 10 years ago by 25.5%. So there's been some real gains there in the industry. And another important focus for Australia is relationships. So we have a really long history, both domestically and internationally, with dairy. So for example, the Bega Penrith site, they've been making milk products there for over 100 years. And there's even a staff member there who's been working there for 45 years, which is very impressive. Another example is Norco. They've been making farm fresh milk to domestic and international markets for over 100 years. Internationally, we have some really strong relationships that we've had for many years now. A good example is KCG. So KCG started the Alauri butter brand in Thailand in 1972, and they've built that brand up into a really amazing brand there in Thailand. And we're really proud to still see the Australian kangaroo on the packaging there. So we continue to keep building relationships in our markets. We have what we call the scholarship program that's been running for over 20 years in Northern Asia and over 7 years in Southeast Asia. And from this program, we have over 850 alumni. So those are people that we keep in contact with and continue to share knowledge in the market. We also hear from Australia, come over to your markets. We try to come every year, depending on COVID, of course, and continue to build these relationships, have seminars, workshops, and learn together. And we do have large and small manufacturers and continue to work together to make a product that is suited to each of your markets. So I'll just leave you today with a short video. This is a real snapshot of our industry here in Australia. So hope you enjoy it.
Australia is home to some of the best dairy products in the world. And for generations, our diverse dairy industry has been working together, delivering those products to you, our global partners, helping you thrive so we can all thrive together. Across Australia, our naturally rich soils bathed in sunlight, nourished by clean waters and ocean breeze, support our many dairy regions, stretching far and wide, from our sunny east coast to rich southern lands and beyond to our west. Our natural abundance and diversity together creates a place like no other. And it's this place, together with our innovative processes and world-class food safety, that creates the most delicious fresh milk, natural cheese, creamy yogurts, and nutritious dairy ingredients for a healthier world. Whatever your needs are, providing premium dairy solutions is where we thrive most. Our diverse industry of farms and processors big and small work together in true Australian spirit, innovating with you, tailoring for you to deliver just what you need. Delivering the sustainable dairy you need now and into the long term is how we'll both continue to thrive. So we're innovating across our supply chain to evolve how we protect our environment, care for our animals, and invest in a bright future. And in that future, we see Australian dairy working together, evolving together, and creating success together with our global partners, delivering the highest quality dairy all around the world. That's how we thrive together.
I'm pleased to talk to you now about our dairy farms in Australia. We have over 5,000 registered dairy farms across 8 dairying regions in Australia. And you can see from the map that there's a high concentration of dairy farms along the eastern and the southern parts of Australia, stretching from Queensland down through New South Wales to Victoria, Tasmania, across to South Australia, and some in Western Australia as well. We have diverse milking systems in each of the regions as our dairy farmers adapt to the different environments. So they use herringbone milking systems or rotary or robotic milking systems, depending on where they are. Our dairy farmers make a huge contribution to our regional areas. And this is a photo of the Griffin family. Stuart and his family have been on their dairy farm for over 100 years. And we're very proud to see the dairy farms passed down generation to generation. Most of our dairy farms are operated by family businesses and have a herd size of around 300 cows. On this slide, you can see that we're very pleased with the high level of confidence amongst our dairy farmers at the moment. And we know they're confident because we did an annual survey recently, and you can see 82% of farmers said that they're confident about the future of their dairy business. And this is because they've had a couple of good seasons and have been able to make a profit, which is really good, and it's positive for the future of our dairy industry. Many of the farmers have plans to expand, and so we hope that this translates into increased milk production in the future. Let me talk a little bit about our innovative ideas and systems in our dairy farming industry. As the previous speaker mentioned, we have a very strong track record of sustainability in the dairy industry in Australia. And here are some examples of the sorts of things we're doing to reduce the impact on the environment and to introduce innovation and technology. The dairy feed-based system is a system where we feed our cows efficiently to reduce wastage. The smarter irrigation for profit is about not letting the water evaporate and being very careful about how we manage it. Water's a really important resource for our dairy farmers. With Dairy Bio, we're getting better outcomes for forage and for cows by using genetic technologies. And at Ellenbank, which is one of our smart farms, we've got a target to become carbon neutral by 2030. Bannister Downs is a great example of some really innovative farming systems where they demonstrate care for cows, particularly in reducing stress for cows who are not so confident. And Bannister Downs also won an award this year for their innovative packaging around their dairy products. And now a little bit about our processes. So we have a huge range of dairy processes in Australia. In fact, over 100 processing locations. And you can see that our processing facilities are located in the same areas where we're producing our milk. And here we have just a sample of the sorts of processing companies that we have in Australia. We have a range of small processors to very large processors, Australian businesses and some international businesses as well. And this gives us a unique ability to tailor our products for export markets, for Singapore, for across the Southeast Asian region as well. This makes us different to some large exporting countries who don't have the agility to tailor products. And here are some examples of the innovation and sustainability that we really support in our dairy industry. Some concrete examples here of better packaging. Brown's Dairy in Western Australia have introduced a plant-based polyethylene material to improve their packaging and reduce the impact on the environment. Fonterra, at their Tasmania site, has made a huge effort to reduce wasted water. And we know that the dairy processing facilities do need to use a lot of water. At Bega, at the Salisbury manufacturing site, they've achieved their target of zero waste to landfill, and they did that in 2020. So we're really proud to see our processing companies and our dairy farms making a huge effort and commitment to really reduce the impact on the environment and to be sustainable. I'll talk a little bit about our products. But firstly, Australians really love dairy products. And you can see here how much milk we drink, how much cheese, butter and yogurt we like to consume. Cheese is one of our major product streams, and almost 40% of our Australian milk goes into the production of cheese for our domestic market and then also for our export markets. On this slide, we've got the names of some companies that are producing products specifically as ingredients and nutritionals. And this includes skim and whole milk powders and various combinations. It also includes whey products as well. So in Australia, after cheese, the next largest product stream is milk powder, and the majority of that is the skim milk powder, which goes into base powders for nutritionals and also is an important part of ingredients for manufacturing in our export markets as well. And here you can see a range of retail products that are available across Southeast Asia. And I hope that you're familiar with some of the brands. Perhaps you've seen the Farmers Union yogurt, or you might have seen the Lemnos feta cheese. If you haven't seen them, then I hope they're available close to you and that you do have the chance to taste them, because these are the quality products that we are very pleased to be able to export to your markets. We know they're high quality, we know they're healthy, and we hope that you really enjoy them. So, the future with Australian dairy. Let me reiterate that the Australian dairy industry is very committed to working in partnership with all our export markets, with all our important customers, and with their important customers, who are the consumers. And so we strive always for the best food safety and for quality. We are always looking for ways to become more sustainable, because we know that sustainable supply is important to your markets, but we also know that we have to reduce the impact on the environment. We have to look for better ways to look after our animals and to keep making improvements. So we are committed to that, and we have a very strong record already. Importantly, we like to focus on relationships. So we're here to provide you with information and with access to our products, and we look forward to your feedback so that we can improve even more. From our farmers to our valued customers around the world, we want everyone to thrive together.
Thank you for having me here today to present to you around the role of dairy in healthy, sustainable diets. Firstly, you only have to turn the TV on to look at the pressure agriculture is under. And it's not just in Australia, it's globally. Globally, agriculture uses 70% of the fresh water, generates 20% of greenhouse gases, uses 33% of our land area and 30% of global energy. But on the flip side, the products we produce feed 100% of us. People want to know how their food they eat is being produced. And the people who produce the food want to keep doing it. Transparency, ethical production, profitability are at the heart of these issues, and it enables both groups to get what they want now and in the future. And this is the crux of sustainability. To that end, Australia has made a promise to provide nutritious foods for a healthier world. Our promise spells out the dairy industry's sustainability commitments to customers, communities, investors, and our own people. The Australian Dairy Sustainability Framework is helping us deliver on the dairy promise. Our dairy promise is underpinned by 4 commitments: to create rewarding livelihoods for our people, nourish consumers with nutritious foods, provide best care for all our animals, and leave the environment in better shape now and into the future. Each year, we publicly report on these commitments via our sustainability framework, which this year is celebrating 10 years. In fact, the dairy industry sustainability framework was the first agriculture whole-of-sector sustainability framework in the world. And since 2012, our framework has continued to evolve as we review and consider new and emerging impacts on people, planet, animal, and our businesses. We are currently reviewing the past, present, and future as we evolve our framework.
Hi, I'm Daryl Hoey from Wonthaggi in Victoria. Agriculture is part of the sustainability agenda, both globally and locally. And food production has been talked about at international meetings around climate, biodiversity and food. Whatever the sustainability challenge, both now and into the future, I want you to know that Australian farmers and manufacturers are committed and want to be part of the solution.
Turning our attention specifically to sustainable diets, and accordingly to the Food and Agriculture Organisation, the FAO, sustainable diets are not only have low environmental impacts, but they're also healthy, affordable, and acceptable to society. The dairy sector has been identified as playing a role in each of these domains of sustainability. There's a lot of activity happening in Australia and internationally where dietary discussions are expanding beyond nutrition to include environment, sustainability. These include the UN Food System Summit last year, where the world came together to shape a food system fit for the future. Review of dietary guidelines across the countries, including the US, Canada, Brazil, the Netherlands, has been undertaken. And Australia currently is reviewing our own dietary guidelines with a process due to conclude in 2024. Front of pack environmental labelling is also growing interest, and we're seeing what's being explored here in France and the UK. Dairy is still really valued in Australia, and in addition to being trusted, dairy is still an important part of Australian lives. With 98% of households regularly purchasing milk, 82% agreeing it's important to support the dairy industry, and 82% agreeing that dairy is important in the diet. Australians love their dairy and have very strong consumption patterns. But why does this matter? Well, we know that over a third of Australians have changed their eating habits and drinking habits to be more sustainable, with healthy and the environment key influences. Dairy is also being cited as
as the food people consume less of in order to be more sustainable. All food production has an impact, and when it comes to eating sustainably, there are trade-offs between the environmental impact, nutrition, social and economic factors. So what can we safely say? Well, we can say we need to reduce our overconsumption. We need to focus on maintaining a healthy weight, limit the consumption of nutrient-poor foods, reduce our food waste, so ensure that we are careful in the way we store and look after our food after we purchase it. And we need to conserve water and energy in the kitchen. It then gets slightly more complex. As we see here on the right, foods with low greenhouse gas emissions are not necessarily healthy. We can see low diet quality, high greenhouse gas, and low diet quality, low greenhouse gas. So we can have diets that are low in quality and low in greenhouse gas. But on the right here, we see a high diet quality, so diets in Australia that are more in line with Australian dietary guidelines and low greenhouse gas emissions. The CSIRO has done some work to look beyond these food and dietary patterns, and they plotted it here for us all to see. And they found that the high quality, low emission diet typically features dairy as a key constitute. That is over 40% lower greenhouse gas emissions compared with the high emissions. Further research shows that discretionary or junk foods contribute excess energy to our intake and excess dietary related emissions. And we can see in the orange bar here, the discretionary foods. So reducing discretionary food intake and eating foods more from the 5 food groups could help address excess energy and food overconsumption, as well as improving our diet quality. We know that environmental sustainability is a lot more than just greenhouse gas emissions. When we look and compare plant-based beverages to milk products in the middle for water, we can see at the higher end for land, however, we look at these metrics in isolation. So individual metrics don't show the overall environmental impacts. We can see here that in water scarcity, rice has the highest impacts, where almond and whole milks and flavoured milks are in the middle. And we see changes here in the cropland scarcity with chocolate milk, whole milk and reduced fat having the highest impacts. When we combine these metrics, we're seeing that is being done in research these days, the weighting differs of different metrics against one and each other is important to consider, and grouping them together, we see discrepancies within categories. And so then we lose the nutrition story. So let's take a closer look at plant-based beverages. Plant-based foods is a hot topic, and it's being unclear about how healthy or how sustainable these products really are. And we saw that on the previous slide. Looking at the plant-based beverages, we see 30% of Australians say they're consuming these, although most people don't necessarily mean that they are having plant-based and not dairy. We see that only 3% of consumers consume plant-based products only. So most are consuming both. We see on the right here that almond beverages have surpassed soy and as a preferred plant-based choice, followed by coconut, rice, oat. From our October 2020 Trust Tracker survey, we can see the main reason why consumers buy alternatives. So health and taste come out as the top reasons for buying alternatives, with environment and animal rights down below, but definitely increasing. From an overall attitudes perspective, we see significant increases in those that believe that plant-based alternatives, there are good plant-based alternatives to dairy, and alternatives are actually equivalent to cow's milk from a nutrition perspective.
I think dairy alternatives can be helpful for some people, but you have to bear in mind that while some of them may have lower greenhouse gas emissions, they may have higher impacts in other respects, like some of them may have higher water scarcity impacts. From a nutritional perspective, while some of them are fortified with calcium, those diets that contain higher levels of dairy, it's not just that they're benefiting from extra calcium, they're benefiting from a range of nutrients.
Recently, we co-funded some research with the CSIRO, and Dr. Brad Ridout, who's a life cycle analysis and sustainability, undertook this research. The new research developed a nutrient profiling tool which scores common Australian foods for their nutrient density. The tool weights nutrients based on whether they are over or under consumed by the Australian population. So foods high in calcium were scored positively because calcium is under-consumed, where a food containing added sugar was scored negatively because Australians tend to over-consume on added sugar. We examined the nutrient density of fortified and unfortified plant beverages versus milk. And this research also allowed us to compare affordability, so pricing of the products, and the environmental impacts of the different products. It's aiming to allow comparisons on multifaceted, so nutrient and health, affordability and environment, and these to help individuals that make up individuals' food choices and consider these multiple impacts. Overall, the higher the score or position on the bar graph, the better the beverage option fared for that particular index. So on the top here, we have nutrients, and we can see that regular fat, reduced fat, and chocolate flavoured milk came out on top and was the most nutrient-rich products compared to the alternate plant-based alternatives. Again, for affordability, regular and reduced fat milks came out on top, with soy beverages not far behind them. However, when we looked at environmental perspective, we can see that the rice and soy beverages with added calcium scored higher than the dairy products. The research shows a complex story. So although the fortified plant-based beverages had a smaller environmental impact per nutrients, their nutrient density is much lower than milk. So this indicates that there are trade-offs that need to be considered when we make when we're making food swaps. We can see here when we look at the plant-based beverages that water is the main ingredient in all of these beverages. As well as being fortified with many vitamins and minerals, most plant-based beverages contain added ingredients that are included during processing, such as stabilizers, starches, thickeners, emulsifiers, that are in there to improve the texture, the shelf life, and product stability. Some also contain added sugar. And when we look at the nutrient content of the plant-based versus cow's milk, again, we see that dairy, cow's milk, is naturally high in calcium, where all the plant-based beverages are fortified. Milk and soy products provide all the essential amino acids and both contain similar amounts of total protein. However, milk does contain more lecithin than soy, an important nutrient for building and repairing muscles. In regards to price, plant-based beverages are much more expensive when compared to milk. As most plant-based beverages are long life, our home scan data shows that the alternatives are purchased when they're on special in the supermarket. Ultimately, when it comes to nutrient bang for buck, milk is the clear winner. To ensure that dairy foods continue to be recognised as an important part of our healthy, sustainable diet, Dairy Australia has been working to balance the narrative by packaging up and sharing the latest evidence with key opinion leaders.
Now, we all know why it matters to eat healthily, but what about eating sustainably?
And why are dairy foods so important? A healthy, sustainable food system considers nutrition, social, cultural, and economic factors, and environment. With the support of Australian dairy farmers and processors, the industry has made commitments to a healthy, sustainable food system into the future. Now, we all.
Why key opinion leaders? Although consumers are the end user, we recognise that there's a pyramid of influence that filters down. At the top are our key opinion leaders, academics and policy setters. They're driving the policy, regulation, the national and state guidelines that influence people's choices. This includes a review of the Australian Dietary Guidelines, which I mentioned earlier. Dairy Australia is also working with research institutes to generate science and contribute to the evidence base. Health professionals then translate the policy and science into advice for their patients and the wider community. Health professionals are a key audience for our communication campaigns, and we also leverage them as trusted experts to speak to our consumers. When it comes to communications and engagement to these audience, Dairy Australia is driving a number of initiatives to build trust and support for dairy in a healthy, sustainable diet. We undertook evidence reviews in 2019 and 2021 around dairy's role in a healthy, sustainable diet. And we've brought the insights together in a position paper, which we're sharing with key nutrition and sustainability experts. We've leveraged the themes to come out in the reviews in 2 articles with The Guardian, with Dr. Joe McMillan and Dr. Brad Ritter, as well as a video which I showed you earlier. We invited a series of external stakeholders to a virtual farm tour to immerse them in the farm experience, that farm to plate experience, and share the industry's sustainability credentials. And finally, we've invested in healthy ageing research to increase the dairy intake of older Australians living in aged care facilities. By increasing their dairy intake from 2 to 3.5 serves a day, the research demonstrated they were able to significantly reduce the falls and fractures of these residents, a significant outcome for these people. We know that our consumer audiences are looking for facts, transparency, and credible information from trusted experts. To achieve this, we launched a platform called You Ask, We Answer. Launched in 2019, anyone can jump onto the platform and ask a question about dairy, the industry, the products, and how we produce them. We get internal and external subject matter experts to prepare responses, which then get posted online. To date, we've had over 500 questions, with health and animal welfare being the most frequent. The most viewed question in the last 12 months is it true that cows can only produce milk if they've been pregnant? This has been viewed 55,000 times. There are a number of ways that you can connect with us. Visit dairy.com.au/sustainable diets to learn more about dairy's role in a healthy, sustainable diet. You can follow us through your personal or company social platforms and share our posts from our Facebook, Instagram, or our Twitter accounts, and check out the common questions and answers on You Ask, We Answer platform on dairy.com.au. Thank you.
Next up, we explore an exciting topic within the evolution of agri-food tech. We're looking at how a real-time blockchain solution enables trust for the next generation of eco-friendly dairy products. Ingredients from field to shelf tracking offers total supply chain transparency to consumers and goes much further than most CSR initiatives in the industry. We invited French dairy giant Ingredient to speak about their conscious effort to address consumer needs for real-time, digitally certified ingredients and showcase their sustainable production. To present on the future of agri-food tech, we welcome Ingredient's product manager, José Luis Rivera, is our industry expert today.
Hello everyone. As consumer sustainable choices thrive even during this pandemic, the demand on more proof about sustainable practices in production is increasing. Indeed, it is now not enough to know about the origin of the milk, but the main concern will nowadays be on the actions applied regarding the environment or the animal welfare. That's why Prosperity brand has managed to add additional proof of its sustainable approach to meet consumers' needs by giving them access to more digitally certified audit information in real time about its environmental impact and the well-being of our cows. I'm José Luis Pino Rivera, and let me guide you through what we have done in the past year by adding connectivity to Prosperity's sustainable UHT milk. But first, for those who don't know us, I'll briefly recap Ingredia for you. So Ingredia is part of a dairy cooperative named Prosperity Fermière that has more than 70 years of experience in the dairy sector. It has around 1,200 farmers that collects each year on average 420 million liters of milk. And at our dairy plant at St. Paul-sur-Tanoise, we have one bottling line that is capable of producing more than 60 million liters of UHT milk. And at the same plant, we have 5 drying towers and 3 filtration lines that produces more than 65,000 tons of dairy ingredients. You have to remember that our company does more than 50% of its turnover at the export markets. So what about our products? So the products that are produced at our dairy plant are, as I said before, UHT milk and dairy ingredients. But those dairy ingredients, there are 3 sectors of it. There's the dairy powders, which are more used for chocolate applications. The second one, it's the functional and nutritional proteins, as the name implies, are more used for food applications and nutrition applications, and the dairy bioactives that are used in dietary supplements. But one of the most important things about Ingredia, and that you have to remember, is that it has a strong strategy based on 2 pillars. The first one is innovation, and as Ingredia is a medium-sized company, it's highly capable to innovate quickly in the dairy sector. And the second one, it's the CSR commitments. So we have a strong CSR policy called Via Lacta. And Via Lacta, it's our guarantee of quality and commitments through a logo that has a meaning. And based on this CSR policy, we have created a sustainable milk collection called Milk from Grass-Fed Cows. And this milk collection that was created in 2017 is based on 4 pillars. I don't know if you remember from last year's webinar, but I have detailed each one of these pillars quite thoroughly. But for this webinar, I'll be more focusing on giving you a quick recap about each one of the pillars, and then giving you a heads up about what we're working on and how this blockchain technology has helped us in order to meet consumers' needs and to give them more proof about our sustainable approach. But first, let's go through each one of these pillars once again. So for the animal welfare, we have a guaranteed access to pasture of 170 days per year per cow, which turns around 200 days per year on average. We also have an accessible grazing area of a total of 3,000 square meters minimum per cow, which is divided into sections. The first one of pasturage area and the second one of pasturable area. We also have added above-well diagnosis for animal welfare, which helps us to do the assessment of the welfare of the cattle, the valorization of existing good practices in the farm, and also to identify possible areas of improvement. Now, concerning the quality of milk, the second pillar, we guarantee that it's milk only coming from France, but not only from France, more specifically from Les Hauts-de-France, the north of France, because it's milk that has been locally collected at only 80 kilometers around our dairy plant to guarantee a better quality. It is also milk from GMO-free grass-fed cows that has been fed with only feed certified GMO-free. So we guaranteed this feed is certified with our manufacturers that are certified Ocalim SCNO or Vlog or organic or soy from France. And this feed is given to all the cattle of the farms, calves, heifers, cows in productions, bulls, etc. etc. Now, concerning our third pillar, the environment, we do actions in order to preserve the biodiversity, like preserve our local grazing area, diversify our varieties in the meadows, increase the flowered areas in order to increase the pollination, increase the soil structure through rooting, also install hedges for the parcel separation. We also do actions in order to reduce our carbon footprint, like using manure as fertilizer, reduce our consumption of imported soybeans, also do carbon storage in permanent grasslands. And last but not least, concerning the last pillar, farmers' income, we have a stable and guaranteed price fixed for the year for each farmer that's involved in this sustainable approach, and also a bonus per production. And now, as we're approaching to the core of the webinar, I want to remind you that this sustainable approach was first proven by blockchain with the help of Connecting Food since 2019. And we still are the only ones to have a fully, not only traced, but also audited sustainable milk collection with this blockchain technology. And here you can see in green what is already audited by blockchain, which is the animal welfare pillar and the quality of milk one. And for the environmental one, we have already data on the carbon storage of our farms, but in order to have the whole digitalization of the reduction of the carbon footprint that we're working on, we need more data, not only coming from our farms, but also from the factory that we're still working on. And I cannot stress enough about the goal of this whole project, but we knew that we needed to go towards total transparency in order to meet consumers' needs. And we started by the promises that we used to put on the label. We know that consumers are seeking for more products that are clean labeled with a simplified list of ingredients. They want to know the origin of the raw materials, the traceability of it, and what was missing at that time was this digital audit that we were able to add with the blockchain technology in real time. Yet, in order to go towards this total transparency, as we called it, we took a bet at the time. We had a big challenge. And the bet was to be the pioneers of this fully traced and audited dairy chain with this technology. But as we knew, and as we know that we're a middle-sized company, we knew of what we were capable of. So the problem was, how do we do so? How do we get all the way back to the feed suppliers that are not even part of Ingredia, some of them? So how do we get the information from them, then go through the farms, then to the milk collection, the dairy plant, and all the way to the finished product in order to create a fully transparent finished product. Thus, at the beginning of the project, we wanted to have a ready-to-use solution for our clients' dairy ingredient supply, but not any kind of ingredient, a sustainable one that could add more value to their products. That's why we worked on this fully traced and audited sustainable milk collection, and after we convinced everyone from the dairy chain, even the feed suppliers, about the benefits of it, we were able to add the traceability information and audit information into the blockchain of these milk ingredients that are milk proteins or powders or even liquid industrial liquids, and then sell them to our clients in order to create fully transparent ingredients. And for this, they only have to add their own traceability information and audit information in order to create this kind of products. Consequently, and I think you guessed it, as the milk that goes into our Prosperity Run bottles is the same one that comes from our sustainable milk collection, we were able to create fully transparent UHT milk bottles by adding the full traceability and audit information into the blockchain and then printed it as a QR code directly into the bottles. Finally, by creating fully transparent products, finished products, we're able to get benefits at all levels. Consumers will be now able to verify the promises that we used to put on the labels by having access to genuine, accurate information in real time by scanning just a QR code on the packaging. Thus, they will have full confidence on the products they're buying. Also, the distributors and stores will be more confident in the quality of the products they market and create a link of trust with their customers. Brands like ours, we can promote now the origin of the ingredients and enhance our image towards distributors and consumers with clean label products. It's something that we used to do on the past, but not in real time and with real proof. And in Gredia, as a company, we're confident that we provide high quality ingredients to the market and we offer a quality guaranteed to our B2B customers, but also our B2B consumers. And the farmers sees the values of the farmers' work promoted all the way to the end consumer via a web app that will show you how it works in the next slide. So when you scan the QR code, you land into this web app where you can switch the language. For example, here we're going to put it in English, and you can see the batch number of this whole milk UHT milk Prosperity bottle. And you can actually see the farms where it comes from. And this information goes into the web app automatically because it changes from batch to batch as it is a dynamic QR code. And when you click on the farms section, you can see the actual location with a map, interactive map, where the farms are located in the north of France and also the factory. So it is quite interesting to have this possibility to go further on this. And after, when you go back, you have also the date in which the milk has been collected, more information about it, then when it was bottled and the information about it, and then the days that you have left to consume your UHT milk in full security. But the more interesting part is the below part with the actual data that has been verified by this blockchain technology, like the origin, the feeding of the cows. And as I told you before, we have added more information about the current carbon storage. Here you have how many kilograms have been stored with all these 36 farms. Then the biodiversity, how many hectares of biodiversity have been preserved and what it is biodiversity, in case you're wondering, and the nourishing performance. So the nourishing performance is how many people all the farms together, the 36, can feed. So this information, it's at the top bottom of the web app, and then when you go down, you have more information about the brand, the certification, non-GMO, more about Via Lacta, and also a video of it. So it is quite complete system that we have developed with Connecting Food in order to, as I said before, give more proof about what we have done since the past 5 years now. So it's quite awesome to know that we can show this to you and then to your customers in order to give them full reassurance about some products like the UHT milk bottles that are very simple, but we don't imagine all the work that is been put on in order to get this fully traced and audited in real time finished products. So thank you everyone for this quite short webinar, but more specific one in this addition of technology into the blockchain for our Prosperity UHT milk. See you next time. But before I leave you, enjoy the rest of your evening or day. Please let me know if you have any questions. I will be glad to respond to them.
Hello everyone, my name is Dewi Hartati, the CEO of Waris Halal. At Waris Halal, we aspire to be more than a company that facilitates halal certification. We hope to be an entity that provides a holistic framework for businesses to develop their own capability and unique brand as a halal certified business. How do we achieve this? Through providing the skills, experience, and knowledge that we have acquired as a brand for more than a decade. Our partners are not only F&B establishments, but export companies, product manufacturers, and many more. Therefore, it is Waris Halal's role to convey the vast and diverse opportunities that lie in the halal industry. It is for this reason that Waris Halal is organizing the Halal Theatre at the upcoming Food and Hotel Asia event to provide a platform for businesses to learn more about the many aspects of the halal industry. During the event, we will be having seminars, dialogues, and even cooking demonstrations. We will be having speakers that will share an array of important and relevant topics regarding the halal industry. Incorporating the theme, strengthening the core of the halal industry post-pandemic, the event will be segregated into 5 segments, under which we will have specific topics. The topics include, firstly, a general picture of the halal business landscape, which would be relevant for businesses considering to enter the halal industry. Secondly, an overview of halal standards and requirements in key markets. Thirdly, understanding and marketing halal products from consumers' perspective. Fourthly, going beyond certification in the halal industry. And lastly, the halal industry's case studies and best practices. Attendees can look forward to a specially curated list of speakers from diverse backgrounds in the food and halal industry. They come from established companies with many years of experience and institutions that have invested much time and resources in researching and developing the halal industry. We will also be sharing, for the first time, some new initiatives that will bring a unique value to the halal industry. We hope these initiatives will chart another milestone for a dynamic halal industry in Singapore and the region. So, do come and join us at Hall 4 at the Singapore Expo. The Halal Theatre will be running from 5th to 8th September 2022 from 10:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. We look forward to welcoming all of you. Thank you.
Alcohol has proven itself to be one of the most crisis-proof consumer goods categories at a time of significant disruption yet again. The value of the alcoholic beverage segment in Asia increased by almost 43% in 2020 across 16 key markets, which stands in contrast to only 12% in 2019. IWSR data shows that by 2025, e-commerce is projected to represent about 6% of all off-trade volumes compared to just 2% in 2018. Sarah Campbell, Head of Research, IWSR Drinks and Market Analysis, will show you what the key trends in driving the global alcoholic industries are in 2022.
Hello, my name is Sarah Campbell. A very warm welcome to you all, and thank you for joining today's session on drinks performance in Asia. So a brief overview of what we're going to cover today. We're going to have a look at how beverage alcohol performed in 2021 and how that stacks up versus pre-pandemic. We'll also then dive into some of the consumer trends behind consumption patterns, looking at low and no alcohol, the RTD category, and then also looking at the online channel. We'll wrap up with the IWSR view on what we think the future looks like, and then a summary of some of the key takeaways. So let's jump straight in. So the big question on everyone's lips at the moment is very much, has the beverage alcohol market fully recovered from the pandemic? So here we're looking at volume and value sales for total beverage alcohol, so tracked from 2016 and forecasted out to 2026. We have volume sales in the orange line and value in blue. So what we do see in 2020 is obviously a significant decline in volume sales, but then we do start seeing into 2021 a rebound. So this year we saw a 3% increase in volume sales. What's potentially more impressive and also quite surprising is the 12% increase that we've seen in value sales, which means that value sales in 2021 have actually surpassed that of 2019. So really, that highlights the fact that beverage alcohol is an incredibly resilient category, even when it's been faced with an unprecedented combination of challenges. And it really enforces the fact that, alcohol is now really seen and by shoppers as being an affordable luxury and a key part of their basket. So if we move on, one of the key questions that we're being asked by many brand owners is, are we starting to get back to the normal pre-COVID trends? But when we drill down to a category level from a volume perspective, we can look at it with the 2019 volumes here in the navy, 2020 and then 2021. And what we do see is that in the vast majority of cases, volumes are either in line or still behind that of 2019. That's of course with the exception of RTDs, but we'll discuss that further shortly. If we drill down into some of the categories, we can have a look at beer, for example. So it has recovered about half of the volumes that it lost in 2020, growing slightly above what we had forecasted. That's driven by ongoing growth in Brazil, a strong rebound in Mexico and Colombia, and we're starting to see some green shoots in China as well. The vast majority of growth that we have seen come through in spirits has really been driven by premium categories, so tequila and scotch, and also premium price bands as well. What we have seen, however, is quite a few allocation issues, specifically with premium and above products. And not just in small countries, but large markets having trouble getting enough stock. So that really suggests that actually if availability had been stronger, that growth could have been stronger as well. What we're also seeing is at the other end of the scale in spirits is some rebound of lower end products. So within India, a bit of resurgence within value, whiskey, rum and brandy, and also gin in the Philippines. We're also seeing lower energy occasions becoming increasingly popular, and that's very much in line with the kind of advent of home cocktails. So we've seen flavoured spirits drive really strong growth of about 11%, and that's in line with a lot of liqueurs coming through and people really experimenting at home. We've also seen an outperformance of vermouths and wine aperitifs, so really that lower tempo occasion. In RTDs, we have seen growth really gather pace in FABs, particularly in Japan and China. And then we've seen cocktails and long drinks really see an uptick in both Japan and the USA. The big story, obviously, of 2020 was hard seltzers in the USA, and they have continued to grow, but it's definitely at a more moderate pace than what it had been. And last but not least, cider performed well above expectations actually, and had a really strong performance in South Africa, which is its second largest market globally, and delivered kind of 50% year-on-year sales. So if we look at this same picture, but in a value story, it tells a very, very different dialogue. And we see really the importance of premiumization trend, with 2021 figures outstripping 2019 across all categories. One of the key ones to look at for us as a kind of standout was wine. We saw very, very strong performance in sparkling wine, with champagne up almost 24%, which is incredible for obviously a very premium category, but also one that's been around for a long time. And we've also seen sparkling wines up over 7.5%. So both of those categories have outperformed 2019 levels in value terms. Another thing that we've seen has been an ongoing definitive shift with the less but better trend in still wine. So whilst we saw volume down 2%, we've seen value go up 5% globally, which really underpins a clear consumer change in behaviour. So if we move on to look at regions, this is a view that we quite like to share to kind of show recovery by region. And when we break it down, in general, we can see that the vast majority of regions experienced decline of some extent in 2019 and 2020 during the initial COVID outbreak. The vast majority have seen a subsequent recovery and are forecast to deliver growth over the next 5 years. One of the major anomalies that kind of stood out from the pack was very much in North America, where actually during COVID there was a really significant sales increase, but we're now seeing TBA growth rates soften quite significantly. What we're seeing that be driven by is actually beer performance, which accounts for about 70% of the total market volume. So if beer doesn't perform well, the total category is dragged down. Focusing in on Asia Pacific, we have started to see some great signs of recovery. Obviously, for 2021, that has been somewhat tempered by the comparatively late reopening of borders versus other regions, and then obviously the ongoing lockdowns in China. So if we hone in on spirits in APAC, specifically by price band, we can see that the vast majority of growth is being driven by super premium and above segments. However, we need to note that this does include the kind of very, very large national spirits category, of which Baijiu is obviously a significant proportion. And we are seeing ongoing volume decline at the lower quality levels. So it's worth noting that if we actually strip this out, which we've done, and then look at the picture excluding national spirits, we can see that premiumization really is alive and well in Asia Pacific, with growth across all the standard and above price bands. And really it's only at value and below that we're seeing any decline. So the question then is, what are the consumer trends that are actually driving consumption? So we're in a very uncertain time, as we all know. The drinks industry is leaning into some quite significant headwinds, which are going to be very relevant for this year and probably likely fall into the medium term as well. Obviously, we have inflation and the increased cost of living. We've got consumers across the world suffering from the rising cost of living, which realistically is going to have significantly more impact on people in emerging and developing economies, where a more significant proportion of their food spend is a higher proportion of their income. We then also have supply chain disruption and rising input costs. So, you know, we're very aware of the fact that in some instances, container rates have increased by a factor of 5 or 10, also significant shipping delays, which has a knock-on effect in terms of out of stocks. Also seeing real challenges in terms of sourcing glass, labeling, glue, even CO2 for carbonation. So, you know, that's an ongoing issue for brand owners in terms of maintaining availability. There's a view that hopefully shipping should stabilise somewhat within the next 12 months, but obviously only time will tell. And lastly, we look at regionalisation. So we're definitely, with the impact of supply chain challenges, seeing some unwinding of global supply chains per se. Definitely they won't be completely unpicked, but we are seeing manufacturers really put a lot of things in place to reduce their risk. be it sourcing bottles locally or other dry goods. And obviously that then has an impact in terms of baking in a higher cost into the base of the products. So whilst we are facing into a very, very uncertain time, we have seen in previous economic crises that the beverage alcohol sector is actually incredibly resilient. So if we look at what we think some of the key drivers are going to be for the future, we've talked about premiumization, and that's obviously something which is an incredibly important dynamic, particularly coming through in core spirits and wine categories in developed markets. Better for me is a topic which encompasses a very wide range of things. It would be overly simplistic to say that it's just about low and no alcohol. It's not. People are a lot more conscious about what they're putting into their bodies. So there's a real focus on, the quality of ingredients, provenance. People are talking about low calorie, but increasingly low carb within beers, looking at gluten-free. And also then looking at, functional ingredients like nootropics. So really a very, very broad part of the category. Linked to that, we're seeing Better for the World coming out. And I think it would be fair to say that this trend has really accelerated quite substantially in the past couple of years with the huge amount of uncertainty that we've seen globally. I think sustainability and social equality is no longer a thing that can kind of be ticked off as part of a marketing campaign. We're seeing consumers, especially younger LDA cohorts, really demand and expect that these are an integrated part of a business's plan and how they do business on a day-to-day basis. We've been talking about the home premise since 2020, and we're very conscious of the fact that people have learned to drink better at home. They have invested in, nice furniture, new glassware. They've spent lots of money on liquor. They've watched master classes. They feel quite confident in what they're doing now. So we really expect that to be something that sticks around. And I think especially as we see inflationary pressures come through and really squeeze people's pockets, entertaining at home is potentially a much better option for people and could significantly impact their desire to go back into the on-trade and to pay that premium. And then lastly, digital, we can't get away from it. E-commerce is now a really key part of the overall channel mix, and it's something that has to be a really well thought out part of the overall brand strategy. We then try and dive into a little bit in terms of which consumers are actually driving these trends. We did some research last year looking at COVID behaviours and drinking patterns. So with the green dots looking at all TBA drinkers and then the blue dot looking at millennials. And what the research really showed was that millennials are kind of the key group or cohort driving the return of consumption, supported to some extent by Gen X. But what's really interesting about millennials is that really they were the least affected by COVID restrictions. They're at an age now where they have good purchasing power, they're in good jobs, they own homes, they're having, increasingly having families. But they're also quite adventurous. They want to try new things, they want to experiment, but also there is this focus on less but better. So we're seeing that really fit hand in hand with the premiumization trend. We have seen that Gen Z and boomers were generally a bit more subdued. I think so far that's because the Gen Z segment is reasonably small for now, and also they don't have the same spending power as millennials. And then potentially for boomers, there was some things around income restraints. So we move on, we'll look at what is actually driving the global momentum of no and low alcohol. So this chart essentially shows the current volumes in blue for low and no by category, and then how we think that it's going to evolve over the next 5 years. So on the left here, we see that no alcohol beer will add the most volume for the category and already is the biggest segment within the category. And then moving across into low alcohol wine, which has an incredibly strong CAGR and is predicted to really drive the vast majority of growth in that segment, with a lot of that coming from the USA. Interesting is no alcohol spirits. So currently off quite a small base, but we do expect that to have really strong growth rates moving forwards. And I think what's really interesting at the moment is seeing that there's really significant investment in that space, not just by the large multinationals with, you know, really strong existing alcoholic brands, but also a number of new entrants to the market, both in a global perspective and locally. So definitely one to watch. So we wanted to dig into who actually is the low and no customer. And I think one of the key things that came out of the research that we did on this was that in general, consumers are not completely abstaining from alcohol, but what they're doing is substituting either no or low alcohol beverages for full strength ones on certain occasions. So actually the kind of abstainers here of saying that I avoid alcohol completely actually only accounts for about 20% of the overall cohort. In terms of how this looks by market, you know, we see some of the more mature low and no markets such as Spain and South Africa have a lower proportion of trialers, and you know that segment makes up the smallest part of their market. In the USA in particular, we see that, you know, a lot of people are trying to make more healthy lifestyle choices, so there are quite a lot of abstainers in the States. What's quite interesting from an APAC perspective is that Japan actually ends up being quite a significant outlier. So despite selling really quite significant volumes of no and low alcohol, the largest group is trialers, and by definition, they actually only drink no and low alcohol on a very occasional basis. So kind of a slightly inverse dynamic to what we might expect. So we wanted to understand how occasions vary by consumer group, and had a look at how these fit into different slots. So what we see over here is, you know, the majority of consumer segments are very much rooted in traditional alcohol occasions of unwinding and socializing. But what we see quite interestingly coming out is that substitutors are much more likely to be extending low and no consumption into daytime and into meal times, and really kind of edging away from that very traditional alcohol occasion. So if you look at these same occasions, but we cut them by demographics, we find that millennials and high-income consumers across markets are much more likely to use low and no products to unwind, or kind of like post-exercise. Socializing occasions, you know, obviously very popular with all dynamics, but there is a particular over-index whenever it comes to female drinkers. So we've talked a lot about different elements of the category. One of the key things on a lot of brand owners' minds at the minute is how will the RTD market evolve post-pandemic? This chart shows the ongoing growth of the RTD category from 2019 and forecasted out to 2026, which obviously shows a good kind of growth overall. I think probably what's more interesting is looking at the evolution of some of these subcategories and the fact that we're having the introduction of hard teas, coffees, kombuchas, alongside the burgeoning hard seltzer segment. And I think what's quite interesting is, you know, we're seeing a lot of investment both by global brand owners and also local brands who are really trying to capture a, you know, like wide range of consumer occasions and tastes. They're trying to give them a lot of options in that space. So we're also seeing a number of brand line extensions from traditional spirits brands, and then also a lot of premiumization is starting to come through in the segment as well. Particularly relevant, which we saw in the press a few days ago, was that Coca-Cola has just announced a global partnership with Brown-Forman to create a Jack Daniel's and Coca-Cola RTD. And I think that really signals the perceived relevance of the category moving forward and the levels of investment that it's attracting. Focusing in on some of the top RTD growth markets. So when we look at them, you know, very much dominated by the USA, which globally accounts for kind of over 40% of RTD volumes anyway. And then also Japan, which is just over 20%. Also, some other key growth markets which are quite relevant at the moment include China. So we'll dig into that a little bit now. So if we focus in on the split of RTDs within Asia Pacific specifically, we actually see that FABs are very, very dominant, but then we do see that hard seltzers, albeit off a small base, are growing quite strongly at the moment. So we've already mentioned the fact that Japan is a really major market for RTDs. Globally it represents over 185 million 9-litre cases. So for it to have delivered 9% growth in 2021 was a very strong result. That was driven by significant MPG, but also was helped by the fact that the off-trade is a very dominant part of the channel mix in Japan. So in Japan, we saw the craze for lemon-flavoured drinks continue, and interestingly now, lemon-flavoured beverages actually represent about half of all RTDs sold in Japan. China, much smaller in terms of volume, but showing a lot of dynamism. It's very much at the moment dominated by FABs such as Rio and Power Station, but really seeing a lot of diversification coming through. So we've had Coca-Cola's Topo Chico launch, also Corona Tropical from AB InBev, and we're also seeing more of the Japanese RTDs such as Horoyoi and Lemon Duke kind of gaining some traction, and that's quite interesting in terms of the development of the category moving forwards. So we talked a lot about premiumization within spirits and wines. I think what's quite interesting is a piece of work that we did recently to actually look at RTDs by price band. So if you look at this top chart, we can see that it shows the volume share by price band. And really we can see, kind of with the exception of Germany, and that's an implication of taxation legislation, the vast majority of sales go through in either value or standard. If we then look at the bottom chart, which shows us the percentage split of new product launches in 2021, we can see that a really significant amount of these product launches are sitting in premium, and we're even seeing an emergence in the United States of the super premium category coming through. So as we all know, a lot of trends tend to start in beverage alcohol in the USA and then seed out to other markets. So obviously this is a really key dynamic to watch. So obviously a key element that has kind of been escalated and accelerated, I suppose, during COVID has been the importance of online. So we'll dig into this a little bit. So if you focus in on e-commerce, we're still seeing really strong growth of about 10% from 2021 to 2025 being forecast. And 2021 was still a strong year. However, it definitely didn't have the massive uplifts of 2019 to 2020. And that's kind of as it becomes a more permanent part of the channel mix, but also as we start seeing shoppers increasingly return into physical stores and into the on-trade. I think a really interesting point to note at this point is that e-commerce has now got to the stage of being worth $33 billion. So if it was a market, it would be the equivalent of the whole beverage alcohol market in France, or would be ranked number 6 in the world. So really it's become a crucial element of the channel mix, especially for premium evolved spirits, which we know overtrade significantly online. If we drill down by country, just to kind of see some of the different dynamics going on. So we see the blue bar is the expected e-commerce value growth to 2025, and then the dots are the growth rate over the same period. So for the USA, we see growth much faster, but that's coming from a lower base. So the USA is expected to add the most value from an e-commerce perspective to 2025. China, we're expecting to see still significant growth coming through, but obviously that's growing off a much more significant base, so we don't expect the growth rate to be just as punchy. If we look across, the other markets that have been identified, we're seeing high levels of growth, which obviously just vary slightly depending on the kind of extent of category development. And then just to explain the UK one, so the UK already had very well-developed e-commerce and had particularly strong growth in 2020. because the online grocers were able to, like ramp up demand very, very quickly. So it means that we've seen a bit of a correction in 2021 from that real kind of pandemic peak. So we kind of expect then for it to bounce back, and we'll start seeing some growth coming back through again in the UK. So what do we mean by online channel distinctions? Contextually, we at the IWSR split the e-commerce channel into 5 subchannels. So we talk about omni-channel, online specialists, marketplaces, on-demand, and direct to consumer. And the key takeaway really from this chart is, if you look at it in a kind of slightly more arty way, is that the huge variation is the key standout, and there have been really significant differences in how beverage alcohol e-commerce has evolved, really meaning that there's no standard model. So for example, if we look at China, we see the huge dominance of marketplaces such as JD.com and Tmall coming through. But then if we look at places like LATAM, so Brazil, Colombia, Mexico, places where the delivery infrastructure is considerably less developed, and we see on-demand players, playing a much more key role in filling this gap. So I think really the key takeaway from this has to be that a bespoke e-commerce strategy is needed for every single market. A one-size-fits-all solution simply won't work. So we then talk about channel blur, and there's a number of factors feeding into this. So we're seeing real blurring of distinctions between kind of these sub-channels. So for example, we're seeing supermarkets partnering with on-demand businesses, for example, Kroger and Instacart in the US, marketplaces like Amazon in the UK, actually building physical grocery stores. We're also seeing new forms of selling online emerging. So, things that don't necessarily fit that neatly into existing channel definitions. So we're seeing social selling in WeChat, live streaming in China, which is, a completely different way for consumers to interact with brands. Acquisitions obviously are increasingly relevant as well. So we had Pernod Ricard buying the Whiskey Exchange in the UK. We also have Campari and Moet Hennessy's joint venture of Tanico. So, part of this thing about eroding the divisions between direct-to-consumer and third-party sales. Another big one for a lot of brand owners is around business-to-business online sales, which are rising exponentially. So, a lot of distributors focusing on this as well really pushes efficiency into the supply chain, easier ordering, better data. So, even a lot of normal bricks and mortar purchases may end up having an e-commerce element at some point in the supply chain. So really the big takeout, I suppose, for the future is in terms of implications, there's going to be even less distinction between channels by consumers. There's going to be less loyalty, be it to channels or retailers, and people are really going to choose whatever's most appropriate for them in terms of each purchase and what their specific needs are. If you look at the platform that was actually last used for online alcohol purchases, so we can see that the navy element of the bar is website, the kind of pinky color is an app. So we see, in the vast majority of countries, websites are still the main platform for buying alcohol online. China and Brazil really are the main exceptions to that. So we see greater app use broadly corresponds to markets where on-demand is a more important e-commerce channel, although that's not quite as relevant in China. However, the consistent thing that we do really see within all markets is that younger LDA consumers and those who are newer to e-commerce are far more likely to use apps. And then really you've got boomers and Gen X are much more likely to shop on websites. The big question everyone has is, what does the future look like? So we'll try to give you our view on where we think things are heading. So this is quite a busy slide, but if we don't get too caught into the detail, this chart essentially looks at where the value pools were in TBA in 2016, and then where we think they're going to be in 2026. So if we look at global, which is the bar on the far left, kind of the key highlights that we see is that we're expecting the share of spirits to go from 35 to 41%. and then RTDs going from a quite nominal figure in 2016 to 5% in 2026. And if we kind of like focus in and have a look on what we think is going to happen in the Asia Pacific, that very much mirrors that. So really highlighting the fact that moving forwards, a lot of the value growth and value opportunity within TBA is going to come from spirits and RTDs, and that's where brand owners should be placing their attention and focus. So if we then drill into it a little bit more and look at TBA by region and category, we ask the question, where do we expect the vast majority of value growth to come from? So if we start at the top, and we won't go through everyone, but we see premium and above national spirits in the Asia Pacific is kind of almost off the chart. And this is very much driven by the premiumization in Baijiu. Conversely, we see further down that actually there'll be quite a lot of value decline expected in standard and below. So that's really showing the switching that we're seeing and people trading up and that real premiumization drive within the category. Premium and above spirits in the USA are expected to perform particularly well, and that will very much be driven by agave, but then also American whiskies. We're expecting RTDs in North America to drive a lot of value into the category, and that's partially because of the significant scale of RTDs in the American channel, but then also by the significant amount of investment in MPD that we're expecting to come through. We're also seeing beer come quite highly in terms of pushing through on a value perspective, and that's very much driven by the growth of craft and more niche products. So if we look at some of the key takeaways, we really ended up talking about 21 being a story of premiumization and actually comparatively robust recovery. So we saw, value growth was at 12%, so 4 times the volume growth rate. Premiumization, even in terms of really difficult economic times, that is still a conversation that is on the tip of everyone's tongue. So we've seen premium and above spirits perform very well. There's been a clear trend in the less but better dynamic for still wine, and also champagne recovered rapidly in 2021 and had an incredible year. Also seeing potentially some issues with supply. We've talked a lot about the millennial shift. So we've seen a strong bounce back in consumption, really supported by millennials. So a lot of trends that are underpinning that around premiumization, moderation, exploration. We're also seeing a lot of the LDA Gen Z values coming to the fore, so health and wellness, corporate social responsibility, and also social inclusivity. We've talked a bit already about moderation. So, we're seeing a lot of the volumes driven by beer, but wine and spirits are seeing continued investment and customer interest. And that's not going to go away. People really want to be able to be part of that drinking ritual, but to be able to do it in a way that suits them. We talked about the RTD premium opportunity. So I think that's something that's going to be very interesting to watch over the next couple of years as we see really clear differentiation and more premium products coming through in that space. And then obviously e-commerce, growth has moderated slightly in 2021 post the pandemic boom, but very much now a core part of the channel mix. We're seeing premium, fast-growing categories tend to over-index in terms of online sales. So it's going to be a very important component of the future value pool. And then really the last point is, there's evidence that brand owners have passed on price increases already to retailers, and that's likely to be an ongoing dynamic. So I think the big question for 2022 is going to be, will consumers accept these prices and continue to purchase the products that they have been, or will we start seeing elements of downtrade? So that's definitely one that we'll be looking at closely for the rest of this year. So thank you very much for your time. If you have any questions, please do send them through via the platform and we will come back to you as soon as possible. Otherwise, you can look us up at our website, or if you want to drop us an email at any point, our email address is there. Thank you very much for your time and look forward to speaking with you again soon.